Hey, what's up? Uh, just gotta make the tweet, etc. Okay. Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? I am sleepy. And we've got to make the whole last run back to the damn... It takes so long. I get that for thematic reasons, they don't want to let you just have a teleport straight there, but still. They better give me a teleport into the void at some point here. Yet, I'm really genuinely, like... I'm very surprised at just how, like, pervasive the... Well, both... Oh, okay, we've got a little teleport thing. But so many things. Like, you know, I looked into some more of them, and so many things in Japanese media, especially games and stuff, use the whole Four Heavenly Kings motif. And it's basically never translated. It's always somebody, they always started like the demons or the fiends or something like that, which just comes across as like genuinely fucked up. Hey, what's going on?
ゴルベーザ四天王あいつも聖戦するやつかうまそうだったが恐ろしすぎてとても食えない
Man, this thing just keeps flying right there, huh?
ゴルベーザ四天王風のバルバリシア同格のスカルミリョーネは再生の力を持っていたが奴はどんな戦い方をするやらだ
I mean, I guess we're just kind of getting right into it.
私もここの用意たちからいろいろな話を聞けたのだけれど、四天王につながるものはなかったから、それはまた後で話すわ。今
Okay. So I'm assuming this is just going to be kind of a lead into straight up, you're going to go fight Barbarisha.
一つ忠告だ。バルバリシアは勝負に勝てば知っていることを話すというような口ぶりだったが、
Yeah, okay. Yeah, one bit of advice or, you know, one warning. Barbarisha said that she would tell us whatever, you know, what she knew if we were to win, but... Yo, what's up? And I'm... Hold on one second, I gotta go grab, like, a blanket or something, I'm cold. Sleepy. I think I did that thing where you get, you know, too much sleep, and then you just end up being, you know, sleep mode just kind of spills over into the day.
無限に復活する用意と戦闘で勝敗を決するのは難しい。スカルミリオネの時のような具を繰り返したくなかったら、さっさと倒してメモリアに封じてしまうべきだ。
Yeah? Wait, this is, I think, a little bit weird, honestly. No, I mean, I guess it makes sense in context of the setting, but it's, she says it's, pretty difficult to decide if somebody's actually won, a fight against, amongst aberrants that can just revive endlessly. Yeah, if you don't want the same... I'm assuming that you would kind of translate this to nonsense. Yeah, it's like if you don't want to make the... Or, I guess, mistake. I mean, I would maybe go with nonsense. Like, if you don't want that nonsense that happened with Scaramirione to happen again, I suggest we, take her out quickly and seal her away in Memoria.
お前ならメモリアから過去を見ることもできるんだろ
う。Yeah, you can see the past from Memoria, right? Huh? Okay. Wow, okay, I'm tired. For some reason, I think my eyes just haven't, like, adjusted yet. Hang on. So, that says, 実際に使える力ではない. Or 実際に. Not 実際. God, what the fuck is wrong with me? But, somehow... I saw that as, I was reading that as Koeruchiara? That's a completely different kanji. That doesn't look anything alike. I'm just gonna go with like, yeah, I can't guarantee it'll work, but might as well give it a shot.
そうしろ。それでダメなら諦めることだな。
Alright, let's do that, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
この戦いがアジュダヤの手がかりを得られる最後の機会というわけでもないでしょ
う。Okay, this fight won't be our only opportunity to learn about Ajudaya.
スカルミリオネに続いてバルバリシアまで倒されたとなれば、ゴルベーザも何らかの反応を示すはず。
Okay, if first Scaramirione and then Barbariccia were to be taken out by us, then, Gorbeza would have to respond in some way.
そうなれば好都合というものよ。探している相手が自分から出てきてくれることもあり得るのだから。
And, that would work in our favor. I mean, actually, that is just saying, like, yeah, that would be convenient. Nah, you would say that would work in our favor. There's a good chance that, he would end up coming right to us.
ああ、私もそう思う。それに、スカルミリオーネの実力を思えば、手加減できる相手でもなさそうだ。
Yeah, I agree. Okay. And, thinking back to what Scaramirione was capable of, these aren't things that you should, these aren't people that, yeah, you can, go easy on.
バルバリシアを倒せたなら、直ちにメモリアに封じる。それが今打てる最善の手だろ
う。Okay, if we can, yeah, if we can take out Barbariscia, we'll immediately steal her away in Memoria. I believe that's the best option.
方針は決まったようだな。バルバリシアの領域までは、この用意、ニスロクの背に乗ってゆくぞ。
Alright, looks like we're all agreed on strategy. Okay, we're gonna go fight Barbariscia. Sure. Okay. Yeah, he did say, like, you're not the only ones who can, you know, fight in the air. He's just kind of pogoing. Okay, that was just a blatant kill steal. Do we need to be? I don't think we need to be sealing these ones way in the board. That just seemed rude. Okay. So that they'll take care of the small fry. We need to go after. Oh, the song. Yes. Yeah, we're going BGM 100 there. No. Mayagare. I only know it from the fucking song. On its hype every time. Question. Whatever. I'll make a party finder real quick. Yeah, sure. I don't know, this is pretty great. Like, this is a really good arrangement of that song. Man, I'm sure, like, anybody who actually really liked Final Fantasy IV would just be, like, over the moon about this. I mean, I'm just kind of vibing. This is great. I'm kind of surprised that they just, like, drop you straight in without any real other setup. I was having a blast with Final Fantasy IV. Said, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess since we're... Alright. I don't know if we're really going to get very many other people in here. It is a bit early into the stream, but... Like, I was looking back at some more of the, like, English and Japanese for the characters and the way that they talk and stuff. It really makes less than no sense. Like, Here, let me actually lower the BGM a little bit since it's just loud as hell in my ear. Like, the way that they have Paparisha talk, you know, in the Japanese, she is a little bit more, I would say, like, haughty and kind of poised than I initially stated. However, like, she definitely doesn't say shit like, "Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken save in reverence and fear." Like, we're already establishing that the base, like, what is considered normal common sense in the Void is completely different from the original world, like the main world. They wouldn't talk like this, man. They wouldn't talk like, you know, gods or whatever. And so the Japanese text is actually doing an interesting bit there, where they've got these, like, higher, more intelligent life forms that are capable of thinking in terms other than just, like, devouring ether exclusively. That's the only thing that they think of. But they still don't act human, right? Oh yeah, and oh yeah, if we're waiting around a bit, there's a couple of interesting things that occurred recently in translation for this game. Which is, one of them was that, like, one of the new weapons in, the new tier and everything. I think it's, like, part of the new raid tier or something. I'm not entirely completely sure. This is very funny. This is a screenshot from Katipane. And, so this weapon is new in the game. Now, in the Japanese, the Japanese katakana there is, what? Kurashira Borasu? No idea what that is even supposed to be. Warhammer. It says Warhammer. The English is Runaway War Axe. Axe. The katakana there says hammer. Very funny. And, unsurprisingly, the French and German translations call it a hammer. They looked at it backwards, didn't confirm, and then we're just like, nah, that's an axe, bro. We know better. Every other translation, language, got it right. Except for English. English is always the odd one out, man. And then, also, there's a bunch of... I don't even, like... This is kind of maybe spoilers, I guess, but I don't really know who they are. Like, I don't know who this character is at all in the game. Apparently, like, there's some new character in a patch. But in the Japanese, they're like a huge, like, fangirl of the Warrior of Light. And they just, like, got rid of that entirely. What, I saw a line that's like, our eyes definitely met, didn't they? That's not ideal. When the Japanese line was... was, あれ絶対目合ってましたよね。光の戦士様と。It's like they looked at me. The warrior of light looked at me. Whoa. Like she's like freaking out about it. Then there's a bunch of foreshadowing stuff that's set up in the newest patch that they didn't do. Massive spoiler? Yeah. I'm just like buying time. Because I think a couple of people are still world transferring over. Not sure. Do we have everybody or not? Yeah, it's... I mean, it's, like, to me at least. Yeah, it sounds like she's fangirling. Like, oh my god. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. Question, is anybody else world transferring over, or are we good? He's panicking? But they're... that does still sound like a... If that's the case, then they're doing a fun little bit where it's like she should be scared, but she's still just fangirling. Okay, I think we're good, right? Everybody's in? I'm just gonna queue us up. Wait, Pika, were you already in, or I can never remember people's in-game names. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I can never remember, man. My apologies. Okay. Yeah. Party finder, let's just queue up. Especially because, like, YouTube did the thing where it swapped everybody's username to their @. Wait, so what is this fight, like, particularly difficult or something? This fight is not intuitive first time? Oh no. Is there anything that I could know that would make me more likely to survive? Follow where she throws her hair. Okay. When she has her sword up in the middle of the arena, there's a cleave and you go out for it. Yeah, normally I would think, like, normally if a boss has, like, a, you know, point straight up, that... Actually, no, I don't know whether or not that would normally mean donut or close circle. I don't play the game enough to remember, like, the general patterns of blind mechanics. Hey, there we go. Ooh. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, now I can... Now we can go here. In...
ここは風香る私の領域。その身を切り刻み我が糧としてやろう。
Okay, yeah, that's not what that means. Ah, Kaze Kaoru. Fuck, Kaze Kaoru is a... I'm trying to think of how to say that.
私の髪に艶めいているぞ。
Oh, wow. Dude, I can already feel that I'm just, like, off as all fuck. Like, my hands are not working. Oh, no.
この技が見切れるか?
Oh? Okay, so it's like... Oh, shit. Okay, that is not what I was... Okay. I thought that was gonna be like a half. I thought that was gonna be like a half room cleave or something like that. It was not. Okay, so now it's like, okay, now it's a donut. That one's, okay, that one makes a bit more sense as a donut. Sure. This seems like it's going to be raid damage. And it was. Oh. Okay. Okay, wait, so are we just, like, stuck within our own little things? Okay. What was the mechanic there? Unclear. Like, was that just it? Was it just, like, stay in your fucking lane? They'll evolve on it. Okay, time for it. She's gonna get serious. Ooh. Okay, that's a sick-ass design. Okay, never mind. I don't like big leg. The, like, hair combat suit was cool. The growing limbs are a little bit weird. I mean, but okay, I said before that she sounded a little bit more fancy. But now she's just going like Bukorosu ora ora ora. Like she is just kind of going ora ora ora. He's just kind of popping off, going ape shit. Okay. Ah, I see. I see the issue here. I'm just gonna throw down, like, my... I don't have to think about this heals. She's just going apeshit. Don't get cocky. Ooh, holy shit. Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of there. Yeah, fuck that. I'm just surecasting that. I ain't dealing with that shit, man. You have to be out of your goddamn mind. Oh, damn it. I don't have surecast. Or I don't have swiftcast, so I couldn't get the res. She's just having a good time. I'm here for it. Nice. That was fun. Yeah, no, that's how... It's impossible. How could I? Yay. Thank you, everybody. Fun times. Yeah, if only I could have eaten, yeah, devoured more of that dragon's ether. Yeah, that's just like, damn it all. Shit. Hey, there we go. Neat. Get into the crystal. It looks like you were able to take out Barbarisha.
手下の用意たちは泡を食って逃げていったぞ。
Ah, shit. What is this? What is this turn of phrase? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. That's like panic. Yeah. That's panic. I think. That's a bit of a weird turn of phrase. Let me look that up real quick, just to make sure I'm not... I'm assuming that, like, awaku means... Yeah, panic. Okay. Understood. Now, over, you know, like, underlings panicked and fled.
彼女はアジュダヤについて何か言っていたか?
Yeah, did she tell you anything about Oshidaya? No.
メモリアから記憶を読み取ることもできなかったのだな。
It's like, yeah, okay, I see. So you couldn't like read the memories from Memoria. From the Memoria.
だがまあ収穫はあったじゃないか。
Yeah, but you know well, it's like what do you say for this? It's like what we did learn something, or you know, we did get something out
ノ
of
ルウェー
this.
ザたちの一団がアジダヤについて知っている。そして俺たちはこうして連中に対抗することができる。ゼロの能力ありきにはなるがな。
Okay, yeah, Corveza and his group, his faction, whatever you want to say. I guess you would say gang, maybe. Know about Ajudaya, and you know, we're more than a match for them. Well, yeah, as long as we have Zero helping us at least.
確かに君と出会えたことでここまで調査が進められた。協力ありがとう、ゼロ。
Really, we've only managed to make it this far thanks to you. You know, because we met you here. Thank you so much for helping us, Zero.
そういう契約だったからな。それじゃ早速お前のエーテルを。
I mean, yeah, that was the deal after all. Now then, give me your Aether. Oh shit. Well, let's like quickly, your Ether. And
これ
then...
はエーテルが突きかけているんだわ。メモリアの力を使った反動かしら。
Ah, okay. That sure it's running out of ether. This is like the recoil for using Memoria. Apparently Memoria is specifically etherically draining.
こいつを書いた状態で容易に襲われたらさすがに厄介だ。ひとまずあの里まで引き返した方が良さそうだな。
Okay. Yeah, if we were to be attacked by more aberrants without her to help, we'd be in a bad spot. And for now, let's go back to the, you know, the village. That
私も同意
town.
見だ。
I agree.
姉さんの手がかりを得られたからこそ。
Okay, I've got, yeah,
今
we've
回の
got,
探索はここまで
you
に
know,
して、
a lead on where my
まずは
sister
ゼ
is.
ロを治療しよう。
You know, I don't want to, like, get ahead of myself and ruin this. Okay, let's stop here for now and, you know, get some medical care for Zero. Medical care treatment. Hey, we're back.
ゼロの意識は戻っていないけれど、私にわかる範囲では、命に別状はなさそうよ。
How many times have I seen this exact line? I can't even begin to count in this game. Zero has regained consciousness, but as far as I can tell, injuries aren't
と
life-threatening.
はいえ、彼女は汎用であり、私たちとはあり方が違う。少し様子を見ながら、どう動くべきかを皆で相談するとしましょう。
Okay, yeah, however, she's half aberrant. You know, in a completely different life form from us. You know, let's... well, like, observe for a while and, you know, discuss what we should do. Wait a minute, we're just like leaving the void? Okay, return from the void. We're leaving?
命に別状はないそうだが、意識が戻るまで待つだけで良いのだろうか。
Oh, is this a patch break? Okay. Yeah. If there's like good stuff going up ahead, I can try and speed it up. Like, yeah, no life-threatening injuries. I wonder if there's anything we can do other than just, you know, sit around and wait until she regains
正直
consciousness.
目を覚ますのがいつになるか予想もつかないわ。
Okay, no idea when she's going to
失わ
wake
れた
up.
エーテルを
We
補
have
う
to.
にもこの場所では私たちから分け与えるのがせいぜ
Okay. All yeah, we can do is, you know, share ether, make up for what was lost.
い。やはり原初世界に移送するのが最善ではないかしら。あちら
It's
な
like,
ら
yeah, that's
エー
like
テルを
all
補
we
充す
can
る手
do.
段には事欠かないもの。
Okay, wouldn't it be best to bring her to the original world? Now over there's no shortage of ways to replenish ether.
本人の了承は得られていないが、やむを得ないな。いくらゼロの領域であれ、飢えた妖異たちの中に、無防備な彼女を置いてはいけまい。
Okay. Yeah, we don't have her, like, approval to do that, but, you know, there's really nothing we can do about that. It's like, what, yeah, this place may be her domain, but we can't leave her like this, defenseless, in the midst of so many, like, hungry aberrants.
目覚めた後に帰りたいと望んだら、私がこちらに送り返そう。
Okay, if she wants to come back after she wakes up, I'll bring her back here personally.
そうだ、バルバリシアを封じたメモリアは、
Okay,
そのまま
can you keep a hold of Barbaricia's Memoria? She's sealed in, might come in handy.
なんだ、そいつ、倒れたのか
On what, is she? What, like, collapsed?
ゼロに用か
Okay, you need Zero for something?
外から新しいやつやってきた。バルバリシアの手下、この領域に住む、言ってる。
Wait a second. Oh! Yeah, there's a... Yeah, new guy here from outside. Like says he's... Barbaricia's underling wants to live here.
そいつが復活したら、10人増えたこと、伝えて、OK、じゃな。
Or actually, no, that isn't asking. It's like he's going to live here. Yeah, when she wake up, tell her, you know, new residents. See ya. You really do have to have them talk in this agrammatical, sort of stilted fashion. These things are not very smart and they talk weird.
バルバリシアの手下が、
One of Barbaricia's underlings.
話だけでも聞いてきたら、どんな用意なのかゼロに伝えるためにもね。
Okay, why don't we go try talking to him, at least so we can, tell Zero what sort of, aberrant it is, or
俺
something.
を一緒に来
Okay, could you come with me? Maybe we can learn some stuff about Gorbeza. Sure. Why not? Oh, it's just another one of these little eyeball guys.
ゲゲ。てめえら、バルバリシア、倒したやつじゃねえか。
Oh, you're the ones who took out Orisia, right?
おお、俺っちは、歯向かわねえ。従うから、ここに住まわせてくれ。
Oh no, I won't. Yeah, I won't. Yo, Hamukawa ne. Ah, how do you say this? How do you say this? I honestly, in English, you might say like, I won't try anything. I'll obey, or it's like I'll play nice. Please let me live here.
敵対する意思がないのなら答えてくれ。ゴルベーザとは何者だ？
Okay, yeah, if you really don't have any intention of being hostile, please, tell us one thing. Who exactly, what sort of person who exactly is Gorubeza?
詳しいことは知らねえ。ゴルベーザの領域、入れるのは四天王だけ。俺っちたち、どこにあるかさえ聞いてねえんだ。
Okay, I don't know the details. Only the four heavenly kings can enter Gorubeza's domain. Yeah, we don't even know where it is.
ふむ、位置もわからないのか。となると、簡単に見つけられる場所ではなさそうだな。
Yeah, you don't know where it's located. So it doesn't seem like it'll be an easy place to find. No, I'm aware that they're called four archfiends. Or like, the four fiends, four archfiends. It's so dumb, I
ゴル
hate
ベー
it.
ザは領域の外にいる手下たちとどのように連絡を取っているのだろうか。
Okay, how does Gorubeza communicate with the, minions outside of his domain?
それはモノリスとかいうやつ使ってる。遠くのやつと話ができるんだ。俺っちそれ以上は知らない。
Okay, yeah, that's, I think it's like, they use something called a monolith, I think. Lets you talk to people really far away. That's all I know, though.
なるほど、リンクパールのようなものがこちらの世界にもあるのだな。ありがとう。
Okay, yeah, there's
参考になった。
things like link pros in this world as well. And thank you. You're very helpful.
おかげさまで多少なりとも情報が得られた。いつまでも皆を待たせているわけにもいかないし、そろそろ原初世界に帰還しよう。
Okay. Wait a second. What did they call those in the English again? They didn't call them monoliths, right? They called them something else, something really dumb. Thrones, I think? Let me check this line real quick. I'm interested. Because that is just monorisu. Monorisu? That's just monolith. Okay, how does Golbez communicate with his minions afield? He has these scepters, staves, whatever they are, he uses them to talk to those far away. Okay, why? Why are we changing this? Is there any reason in the world to change this? They just said monolith. Why change this? There's no reason. You're just changing it to be different. Like, it's genuinely pathetic, their need for validation to just change shit for the sake of it. Like, ooh, we're important, we're changing things, we're making it better, we're doing localization. Fuck you. Stop trying to be fucking quirky. Okay. Okay, time to go back to the original world. Okay, we're gonna get some good information. Okay, going back to Zero's domain, sure. Or Zero's hideout.
バルバリシアの領域、動く。たまに置いてかれるやついた。ここは動かない。迷子にならない。安心。
Oh no! I feel bad for this guy. Look at him. Oh, Barbaricio's domain, move. You know, sometimes people left behind. Or like, yeah, sometimes people got left behind. This place doesn't move. Feels nice. You might go with like, this place doesn't move. That's a relief. Or actually, you just say like, that's good. This place doesn't move. That's good. Or not worried.
支度はできただろうか？一度、原初世界に引き返し、ゲートを閉じたら、そう簡単には、こちらに戻っては。
Okay, once we go back to the original world, close the gate, we won't be able to come back here for a while. Easily. Sure. They're just saying, like, this place is gonna get closed off between patches.
よし、ニス6に乗って、トロイア城へ。そして、原初世界。
Okay, let's go back to Troya Castle, original world, sure. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for those little guys. Imagine that, you're just flying around, the whole island moves out from under you, you just get stuck. Oh no.
おお、全員無事だな。異世界に行ってたってのにケロッとしたもんだ。
Yeah, I fucking love this guy. They all get back okay. Now they went to another world, but it seems like it wasn't, it was nothing to them. Actually, you might say, like, they came back from a, gate to another world like it was nothing.
それではゲートを閉じる。
Okay, going to close the gate. Wait. Oh, he sinks down, okay. I know, I was about to say, he was fucking striding. I could hear the funk.
ボイドへの門は再び閉じられた。
Okay. Alright. Gate to the Void's been closed. Again. Void Gate's been closed again, sure.
私たちがあちらへ渡っている間、大事はなかったか。少なからず用意が侵入してきたと思うのだが。
Okay, did anything happen while we were on the other side? I expect some aberrants made it through, or I think some aberrants made it through.
ちょっとな。とはいえ、こちらが待ち伏せしてる形だったからさ。ひとまずは大きな被害も出さずに切り抜けられた。
Okay, yeah, there's a bit of a skirmish. Yeah, but we were ready for them, so And no major injuries.
そうか。
You maybe say without
よかっ
incident.
た。
It is more
改
like,
め
you know,
て、皆には感謝の言葉しかない。
made pretty light work of it, you can maybe say. Yeah, thank goodness. Once again, you all have my thanks.
それも悪くないけどよ。もっと他に言うことあるんじゃないか？
We're doing another Tadaima Okaeri thing here. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's all, you know, that's all great, but, you know, isn't there something else you're forgetting to say? Where it's like, you know, this is more like, you know, isn't there something else that you should be, that you think you should say?
ただいまとかな。
Yeah, Tadaima toka na. These are always such a pain in the ass. What do you even do for this line? I mean, I don't think you necessarily need to overcomplicate things. You could just say, like, you could just say, like, you know, something like, I'm home, or something like, nice to be home. You could maybe go with, like, you know, missed you. There's a lot of things you could do that are just a...
そうだ。
Yeah, you're right.
ただいま。ラザハンの皆。
Yeah, I'm home. I'm back. Everyone.
おう、
Yeah,
おかえり、バルシャン。
glad to have you back. Actually, you would just say this one would be welcome home. Barshan.
メーガ・ドゥータ宮に君たちが滞在するための部屋を用意してある。ひとまずゼロをそこへ。
All right, we've hit our English quota. We've hit our English quota. I will no longer be looking at English for the rest of the stream, but I've got to do this one. I had it open for the last one, and then I just looked over, and this has gotta... This needs to stop. Yes, you're grateful, but aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey. So, that whole run-on sentence in the English was Tadaima tokana. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if you count the comma. So, 7 characters. The line in Japanese is 7 characters, and the English is the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey. They're lampshade hanging the concept of the Tadaima Okaeri set phrase. I don't know how you can interpret that as anything other than, like, disdain for the language you're translating from. It is good to be home again among those I love dearly and missed so much. And we are glad to receive you, Varshan, welcome home. They turned, like, a genuine, heartfelt, short statement into this massive, sprawling, terribly written, emotionally flat garbage. And we're no longer looking at the English for the rest of the stream. No, yeah, they think that they're better writers than the Japanese writers, 100%. Oh no. I am having dies offloaded upon me. You know what, it's fine. My inventory is already a garbage dump. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the dyes. Excellent. But yeah, like literally, come on, man. Tadaima toka ne. Ah, so da. Tadaima. Okaeri. You can do this in a way that is similarly emotionally resonant in English. Like, I've said the whole Tadaima Okaeri thing doesn't really work in English very well, but you can make it fucking work decently. You don't have to do this shit, man. You don't have to do this shit.
マクフラリー様、お話はブリトラ様より伺って。
思わぬ展開となったが、ひとまず
So this is just going to be like a
無事に帰っ
recap
てく
thing.
ることができてよかった。
Okay, glad we were able to make it back
皆も
safe,
休
home
みたいと
safe.
ころだとは重々承知しているが、
Okay, one last thing I'd like to discuss with you all before we
ゼロの
take
こ
a
とだ
break.
な。
Yeah, talking about Zero, of course. This seems to be a wrap-up segment.
こうして彼女を原初世界まで連れてくることはできたが、未だ眠りについたままだ。
Okay. We brought her back to the original world, but she's still just asleep.
エーテルの不足が昏睡の原因であれば、私のエーテルを分け与えることで回
Okay,
復
if
するだろうか。
lack of ether is the cause of it, then would like sharing some of my ether, maybe help cure her.
荒れた第
Well,
13
that's
世界
like
では
help her
エーテ
recover
ルを補
rather.
う術が限られていた。
Okay, in the 13th,
他者が
there's
分け
only
与えるか
very limited
用
ways
意を食ら
to
うしかなかったのよ。
recover ether. The only options were to share it with another, or devour.
でもあちらと違って原始世界には環境エーテルが満ちている。
Okay, but unlike their original world's full of
だか
ether
ら
in the
今こうして
environment.
眠っている間も呼吸とともにある程度は自然に吸収できているはずよ。
Okay, so she's just going to be able to absorb ether naturally
では
as she rests.
一刻を争うような容体ではないと。
Okay, so in that case, her condition isn't critical, right?
ええ、安心していいと思うわ。
Yeah, you don't need to worry.
加えて目覚めたら食事を取らせることね。彼女の肉体は人と変わりがないように見えるから、私たちと同様に食物からエーテルを摂取できるはず。
Okay, yeah, be sure that she gets something to eat when she wakes up. Her body composition seems to be no different from a human's. Like her physical body seems to be the same as a human. She should be able to absorb intake ether from food just like us.
あなたは彼女にエーテルを与えると約束したけれど、それが肉や果実を通じてであっても問題はないでしょ。
Okay, yeah, you promised to give her ether, but it shouldn't really matter if that ether comes from meat or it's like she says like meat or fruit, but I think it's more along the lines of the meaning here being just like, you can get it through food. I don't really know exactly how you would say that.
食事か。
Oh, okay, I see. So, food then. Okay.
こっちの世界で眠っていると、なおのこと普通の人間に見えるな。用意なのは半分だけとくれば当然かもしれんな。
Okay, so yeah, when she's sleeping here in this world, it really does just look like a normal human. Given only half of her is, aberrant, I guess that's only natural.
彼女、最初に出会った時の姿は、ゼノスの無理な契約による変質だったと言っていたわね。
Okay, when we first met her, she said that the appearance that she had when we first met her was caused by a, compelled contract with Xenos.
光のクリスタルとの接触で解除できたのなら、闇属性の力で魂を活性化させ、用意としての性質を強めていたというところかしら。
Okay, that's kind of complicated. Okay. So, if, contact with a crystal of light was able to undo this, was unable to undo that, okay, so that means that, her soul was... but, activated or stimulated by the, power of darkness, strengthening the aberrant side of her.
ゼノスにそんな知識があったとは思えないから、大方、ファダニエルの入れ知恵か。
I don't think Xenos would have had that, sort of knowledge about how to do something like that, so it must have been, done at Fidaniel's suggestion.
彼女が完全な用意だったら、きっとあのクリスタルに触れても変化は起こせなかったでしょうね。
Okay, if she was entirely an aberrant, then, even direct contact with that crystal wouldn't have affected any change.
汎用であるゼロとあなたが出会ったのは、どこかハイデリンの導きのようにも感じるわ。
Okay, it's the fact that, for you and, a half aberrant like Zero to have met somehow feels like Heidelin's guidance again.
第13世界で探索を続けるにあたって、用意をメモリアに
Okay, yep, we need her ability to turn
彼女は多くの
aberrants
用
into
意
Memoria
と
in order to explore the 13th
交わした
world.
契約でしか動かないようだ。次の調査の際には、また交渉するしかな
Okay,
さそうだな。
however, other aberrant, she only acts under the terms of, the contract, the agreement that we made. We'll need to negotiate with her again to investigate once more. Oh, what? It's wait, is Heidelin mentioned in the end again? I know I just said... I just said we weren't going to look at the English, but if that's a big line, I could look at the English. Okay, found it. It said... Oh. Well, I'm already here. One might say that Heidelin had a hand in your meeting. That's not really that great, but it's kind of fine. 'Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Heidelin herself, capital H both times. Yeah, no, they did the same thing again. Volshan didn't say shit about Heidelin here. They just wrote that in the first chance that they got. Yeah, they just made that up. The entire line there, a boon from Heidelin herself, was just entirely made up. They can't fucking help themselves. It genuinely seems like an illness at this point. Yup, and then more lampshade hanging. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I'm willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times. Yeah, that's just you insulting the Japanese writing. That's just them insulting the Japanese writing again directly. God, they're such pieces of shit. Yeah, this is a world, like a world with light.
ねえ、しばらく席を外してもいいかしら。アルキミア製薬堂に行ってこようと思うの。
Okay.
今回の
He's
探
going
索
to
で森魂の
pharmaceutical place.
で
Yeah,
ウル
sure.
コは
Oh
十
my
分
god,
な
this is
効力
long.
を見せていたけれど、何かしらの影響を受けていないとも限らないし、錬金術師の力を借
Okay,
りて
checking in
き
on
ちんと
the
確
soul
認
word
してお
skills.
きたいの
There's,
よ。
you know, the possibility that, you know, something was affecting them and they're affecting this in some way.
私もこの体を預け、次に向けて調整してもらう。
Okay, gonna give them the body
星
and
戦士たちに会ってこよう。体が
give
覚えて
them
いる
this body
うち
so
に
they can make
良いとの
adjustments for the
戦い
next
方
time.
を共有しておくさ。
Okay, I'll go see the Celestials. Gonna really drill into
君は
them.
何か予定が？
How to fight Aberrants. Okay, do you have any plans? Yeah, no, I ain't got shit.
それなら休憩しがてらで構わない。一つ頼まれてもらえないだろうか？
Okay. Then, if you don't mind, you know, doing this while you're on break, you know, can I ask you to
ゼ
do
ロ
a
が目
small
覚めた
favor?
時のために食事を用意しておきたいのだ。メリードズメイハネに行って。
Okay, so Middy's Mihana, go get some food for her. Okay.
ありがとう。その間、ゼロのことはニッターナに見てもらうつもりだ。私たちの帰還を知って、こちら、
Yeah, you
それ
can
では
ask Nidana,
二次
look
解
at
散
their
としよう。
zero.
おのおのの用事を
Heard
済
that
ま
she,
せ
that
た
we
ら、
made it
ま
back.
た
It
ここに
was
集合だ。
only for us. Okay. This is literally just errands. I'm just like hard skimming. I hope you guys do not mind if I just skim random lines about like, go get some food. Disclaimer as usual, these lines are not actually bad, it's not actually bad writing or anything, it's just the sort of thing that you would kind of read and take in if you were playing in your native language. You wouldn't really pay
メリ
them
ード
much
ズメイハ
mind.
ネへようこそお越しくだ。
Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
まあ、大主様のご客人が空腹でお倒れに、
Okay,
そうい
the
うことで
Governor
したら
General's
全
guest has
力で
collapsed
協
from
力
hunger.
させていただきます。
Okay, we'll do everything we can. What would you like? Okay. Okay, your options here are, you could say, most expensive thing you got on the menu. Well, you know, she's exhausted, so... You know, maybe some fruit. You know, meat is power. As much as you can get. You'll pile it on. Or, apparently her favorite thing is, you know, living humans ether. Yeah, apparently that's like her favorite. You should say something like, I'm just gonna go with fruit.
それは明暗ですね。
No,
で
that's a good
は、
idea.
こちらのリンゴをお持ちください。
Just a single
甘くて
apple.
栄養満点。
Okay, it's an apple, sweet and nutritious. Sure.
改めてうちで食事をと。
Okay. Just gave them an apple and said to come over here when they're, you know, when they're feeling better. Literally went out to a restaurant to get a single apple.
先ほどに言ったアナ様が、あなたも
I don't know, man. I feel like apples are incredibly high variance food. They're either amazing or just like abject garbage.
Hikari?
Light?
ここは宿か。そうか。私は旅の途中で倒れて。
Yeah, this is an inn. I don't know if they have the concept of inns, but probably like she does say yalo. But that is kind of like a house, right? That's also just the word for house. Yeah, collapsed. Good way.
悠長にしている暇はない。早く戦いに行かなくては。私が。
I have no time to rest. I need to, get back and fight. I need to. Hmm?
あれ？目が覚めたのかな？
Oh, did you wake up? Oh, that's like, oh, you're up? What? Good bit. Good bit.
なんだお前は。新手の魔物か。
Yeah, what are you? Some sort of, you a monster?
どこにいるの？
Wait, a monster where?
冗談言ってる場合じゃなくて。
This is time to be joking
ここ
around.
は原初世界。
That's great. That's great.
あなたたちの世界の隣にある異世界だよ。
That's good. That's a good
気を
bit.
失ったあなたをみんなが連れてきたんだ。
A monster where? Sorry, I had to cough. Yeah. Okay. This is, the original world. So, again, Ginshou Sekai is like the origin world. I fucking hate that they call it the source, capital T, capital S. Because source is technically a dictionary definition for Gensho, but the thing that matters is its original world. The starting point. Yeah, another world adjacent to yours. Well, I mean, that is like, Tonari ni aru is like next to yours. No, if it was a metaphor translation. If metaphor was translating Gensho Sekai, they would call it like the starting point society. They would translate Gensho Sekai to like starting point society. Just some complete dumbass shit. And the others brought you here while you were unconscious.
待ってて。すぐにみんなを呼んでくるから。
No, yeah, I mean, she literally said Tonari, so I'm fairly certain that they are aware that the 13th is the one, like, adjacent. Yeah, just wait right there, I'll go get everybody. apples. Just a whole, you have to eat all of these apples. Who serves somebody just a basket of raw, unprepared, uncut apples?
君のエーテル不足を補えるといいんだが。
And we, got some food for you. I hope that it can, give you back some of the ether you lost. Help. You would say like help replenish your ether.
お前のエーテルを食わせてくれるんじゃないのか。まあ、同じ量だけ補給できるなら構わないが。
Oh, what? So I'm not going to, be like devouring your ether? Well, as long as I can get back, as long as it's the same amount of ether, I don't care either way. But they could just do that. They can just do that.
ちょっと待って。まさか食事の取り方を知らないの？
Torikata. Torikata there is kind of interesting. I don't know if you can really get that same nuance there in English. Because it is saying like, wait a second. Well, you really don't know how to eat. But it's torikata is like, you're dropping the subject of like how to intake ether via eating, right? So you can't say all of that. But it is interesting that they've got the concept that you could just like yoink ether from stuff.
ちゃんとエーテルは吸収できてるぞ。
No, yeah, I'm not saying that you would actually put that into the translation, but it's like, it's interesting that they said torikata. There's just a little bit of a interesting bit. What? Yeah, I absorbed the ether.
それじゃあダメだよ。こう口に運んで、ちゃんと噛んで、小さくしてから飲み込むの。
Yeah, no, you can't. Okay, so you put it in your mouth, chew, make sure you chew, to little pieces and then swallow. Huh?
So, 美味しいでしょ?
Yeah, like that. Tasty, right?
よくわからない。
I don't really know. That's more like I can't tell.
食事をとってこなかったことで、味覚が鈍くなっているのかもしれないわね。
It's like maybe your, palate has, dulled since you haven't eaten. For such a long period of time.
用意を食うのにそんなものは必要ないからな。
Yeah, you don't need to do this. That when, like devouring, other aberrants.
エーテルの質によって自分の魂に馴染みやすいかどうかの差はあって、それを味と表現する物好きなやつもいるが。
Huh. That's this is another one of those complicated lines. It's like depending on the nature of the ether, or like that's nature and quality of the ether. There's, differences in how okay. Actually, you would probably say, like, depending on the nature of the ether, there are differences in whether or not that aligns with, one's soul. And there's some, eccentrics that call that, flavor. Call that taste.
そもそも私は食うという行為が好きじゃない。こうして発したエーテルを取り込むならともかく、他者と混じって自分を見失うのはごめんだからな。
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, frankly, I don't like the act of eating. Just taking an ether like this is, one thing, but yeah, like what, being blended together with others and losing myself? No thanks.
そうなるぐらいなら、のたれ死んだ方がマシだ。実際何度もそれで死んできた。
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'd rather like die in a I'd rather like die in a gutter than live like that. And yeah, and to be honest, I have. Many times.
死んじゃってそれでどうなるの？
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, died? So, wait, what do you mean? Well, actually, that's どうなるの? Like, what happens when you, like, die?
どうもこうも、しばらくしたら勝手に蘇る。その時には消耗していた生命力も元通りだ。
Yeah, somehow, after a little while, you just come back to life. And all of the, like, what, energy, the vitality that you use up comes back. Goes back to normal.
もっとも、死んでる間に他の用意に食われないよう、死に場所だけは気をつける必要があるがな。
But you have to be, careful about where you die, so you don't get eaten by other, aberrants while you're out.
すっごく興味深い。不死や蘇りを研究してる錬金術師が聞いたら大興奮間違いなしだよ。
Oh wow, that's fascinating. If alchemists studying immortality and resurrection were to hear about this, they would, they'd be over the moon.
ともかく食事を取ることができてよかった。他者である私のエーテルを提供するよりも、こちらの方が君の流儀に合いそうだ。
I'm glad you were able to eat, get some food. Yeah, it's like, rather than like taking in a stranger's ether like mine, doing it this way seems more aligned with, more in line with your style. More to your liking,
こ
maybe
れ
you
と
would
同
say.
じものを定期的に食わせてもらえればいい。
Yeah, you're right. If you could just give me like, more of these on a regular basis, that'd be great.
承知した。客人として衣食住には困らぬように手配しよう。
Okay, understood. Yeah, as my guest, I'll make sure you have all the necessities you need.
あ、それからもう一つ。
Oh, yeah, and, one more thing.
今更だが、勝手にこちらの世界に連れてきてしまって申し訳ない。君が望むなら、エーテルが回復し次第、あちら側に送ろう。
Okay, it's far too late now, but I really am sorry for... I don't know if you... That Imasara isn't really like it's far too late. You would just say, like, you would just ignore the Imasara, honestly. My apologies for bringing you into this world without your permission. If you want, as soon as your ether is fully recovered, we can, I can bring you back to the void whenever you'd like. Why the hell would she want that?
別にいい。あの世界に戻りたい理由も特にないからな。
And no, it's fine. After all, I don't really have any reason why I would want to go back to that world.
それに、どうせまたあっちに行くんだろう。
Yeah. Okay, this dulce here is probably like, but it's like, besides, you're just gonna go back there soon, right? Or are you gonna go back? Yeah. Actually, rather, no, that's not the implication. It's like, but you're gonna go back, aren't you? Is probably more in line. And that's my intention. I still haven't brought my sister home, after all.
確実なことはまだ分かっていないが、もしアジダヤがゴルベーザの手に落ちているのだとすれば、すぐにでも駆けつけたいというのが本音だ。
I don't know for certain just yet, but if Gorbeza really does have Ajidaya, I want to, go and get her as soon as possible.
とは
I
いえ、
really do.
あちらの得意性も十分に味わったもの。数千年を経て得た好機を逃さないためにも、調査は慎重に進めていくつもりよ。
Okay, it's like, but, we truly have gotten a very valuable lesson in the peculiarities of that place, of the void. Actually, is that Aziwata? I think that might be appreciated here. Honestly. No, I think that, I think I would read this as... Yeah, because the next line makes it very clear that this is, like... And she's, like, gotten a taste for it. She likes the... She's interested in the peculiarities of the void. I plan on... I'd like to, proceed carefully. Now that we've finally gotten the chance after, thousands of years of effort.
妥当だな。お前たちは無事に行き来できたつもりかもしれないが、たった一度の訪問であの大騒ぎだ。
And that's fair enough. You may think that you were able to just, go in and come out safe, but You know, just going in there once caused all of that.
次もまた帰ってこられると考えているのなら、そんなに甘くはないとだけ言っておこう。
Yeah, so, you know, if you think you're gonna be able to come back next time, let me just say, it won't be that easy.
危険は承知の上だ。だが、備えを万全にすべきだという意見には賛成だな。
We're fully aware of the risks, but I do agree that we should be well prepared.
次の調査に向けて十分な休息を取り、支度を整える間、
Okay, get some rest, prepare for the next
先んじて私たちの世界について教えよう。
Could you please tell us about your world while
私
you
が治
do?
める国、ここラザハンについて案内させてほしい。
Yeah. In return, I'll tell you about our world. Yeah, like I'd like to, guide you around this land that I rule. This, place called Razahan.
再びこの世界のまれびととなるか。
Huh. It's like, so yeah, once again, I'm a, visitor in this world.
だったらお前も来い。それが飲めるなら契約成立だ。
Okay, yeah, so then, you come too. That's alright with you, we've got a deal. It's like, if you can do that, we've got a deal.
すまない。恩に着る。
Okay, yeah, my thanks. Okay, now we're gonna do a whole sequence of showing Zero around the world. Okay.
こちらの世界は本当にエーテルに満ちているな。風に当たるだけでも癒されているように感じるほどだ。
Oh, I really want to see this one. Oh, I really want to see this one. I'm not gonna look it up, but Kaze ni Ataru? I could see that if we were playing Metaphor, this would trip them up real bad. So, Kaze ni Ataru here just means, like, going out for a walk. I think, honestly, if you say wind here, it's wrong. Like, being out in the breeze or something like that. It just means, like, just being outside. This world really is full of ether. Just being outside like this. You'll feel so, like, soothing, healing.
それは何よりだ。早速だが、どこか行ってみたい場所。
I'm glad. Is there anywhere you'd like to go?
ないが
And there's nowhere in particular,
強いて言え
but
ばさっきの食い物がある場所を知りたい。そうそう倒れることはないはずだが、いざという時に場所を知っていれば自分で何とかできる。
if I had to say, I'd like to know where that that food from before is. I don't think I'm going to collapse anytime soon, but knowing where it is could allow me to like handle things on my own if it ever in case of an emergency.
なるほど、了解した。 では、メリードズメーハネへ向かい。
Okay, Middy's Mehone. Sure. That's where we're going. Oh god, can we not... Will it let you use the teleporter, or are you going to have to run the whole way? Will they come with me? Oh, thank god. No, that one was so funny. The Bitsukuchi thing there, that one was so fucking funny. Oh, man. I'm not gonna go into it right now since we're doing this bit.
ゼロを
Man,
メ
that
リ
was
ードに
good.
合わせてもいいのだが、自分で注文できるようにということであれば、給仕係を紹介すべきだと考えたのだ。
Okay, could have just introduced Zero to Eddie. Self, okay, wanted her to be able to order. It'd be best
こ
to,
こが
to her to
目
meet the
的
like
地か
wait
なん
staff.
というか空気が違うな。暑いとか寒いとかではなくて
Yeah, this is where this is where we were headed. How do I put it? It feels different around here. Not like hot or cold or anything.
ああそうだ、特別な匂いがする。私の寝ていた部屋にも宮殿の前にもなかった匂いだ。
Ah, yeah, this place has a a smell to it. Something that wasn't in the room where I slept or in the palace.
ふふ、それは料理の香りだな。ラザファン料理は香りまで美味だと言われているんだ。
Yeah, that's
君もそのうち美味しそうと感じ
smell
るか
of
もしれないぞ。
okay. Yay. Hey, what's up? Here's a person with a gigantic fucking scythe.
いらっしゃいませ。
They don't know what food is. You got any recommendations? Welcome to Mary's
や
Man.
あ、ミリール。こちらは
Hey, ミリール
私の客人のゼロだ。滞在中、食事の便宜を図ってほしい。
Okay, this is my Zero, a guest of mine. While she's here, please, accommodate. Make it's just like please see that she's, provided for.
ああ、そちらが例のメリードさんから伺っております。お腹が空いたらいつでも立ち寄ってください。
Oh, so she's your guest. I heard about her from, Mid-Eat. If you're hungry, feel free to stop by anytime.
先ほどの食事はオレオがここから持ってきてくれたのだ。
Okay,
宮殿の
food
中
was
にも
brought from
調理
here.
場はある
Sure.
が、手軽に何かをつまみたいときはこちらの方が便利
Okay,
だろう。
of course, there's a kitchen in the palace, but if you want to, get something to eat quickly, this would probably be a more convenient
わかっ
place.
た。覚えておこう。
Understood? I'll
あっち
keep
の
that in
壇上
mind.
で体を動かしている奴らはなんだ？あれも食事に関係のあることなのか。
I didn't even notice that was a thing that they were doing. What's with those people moving around on that stage over there? Does that have something to do with food?
踊り子たちか。彼らが
Oh,
舞う
they're
のは
dancers.
見る者の魂を震わせるため。
Okay, yeah, that's like... It's like they dance to stir the souls of those who watch.
ここではもっぱら娯楽として人々の憩いの時をより楽しくするために待っているのだ。
Okay, and here they dance solely for entertainment to make people's relaxation time more enjoyable.
娯楽か用意はもっと
Relaxation.
直感的な楽しさや心地よさを好む。お前たちのは随分複雑だ。
Okay, yeah, entertainment. Yeah, apparents prefer more intuitive, fun, and comfort. You know, yours sounds... Yeah, you're like pretty complicated. Actually, what do you say for this? Omae tachi no wa? I guess you would say your fun is pretty complicated. Saves.
しかし、かつての君の世界にもあったのではないか？その複雑な楽しさ、文化というものが。
Ah, you're really making this obnoxious for me. Yeah, I mean, it was... You know, it existed at one point in your world, right? You know, that... like, complex joy, complex fun, you know, culture.
忘れたよ。
Ah, what do you mean this wasareta yo?
さて、それでは次へ移ろうか。
It's just like I can't
多くの
remember.
財が
I don't
動
know.
く場所、バルシャーンバザールへ。
Okay, Barsan Bazaar. Money moved, okay. Now we're going to explain the concept of commerce. Probably. I will say that that whole segment is fairly difficult just because they're attempting to explain more complicated terms in more simple, easy to comprehend forms for Zero, but the way in which you do that differs between languages, meaning that it could come off sounding more stilted and weird than it should.
他よりも物がたくさん置かれているが、一
You have
体
to be
何を
careful
する
about
場所
that.
なんだ？
And there's a lot more things here than other places, you know. What are you supposed to do here?
ここは市場だ。ラザハンは古くより交易の中継地として栄えてきた。故に国内
Okay,
の
it's a
市場のみなら
market.
ず、東西
Lazan
の
is
一
trading
品も並
hub
んでいる。
since, you know, in ancient times, there's not only like domestic products, but you know, foreign, you know, like rarities from the east
こ
and
こでは
west.
物々交換は行わず、貨幣やトームストーンによる取引が主となっている。何か入り用の品があったら私に言ってくれれば用立てよう。
Okay. It's like, yeah, people here, we don't barter. Transactions are conducted using currency or tomestones. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll be... It's like, you know, I'll lend you... It's not really lend there, actually. But, no, I think she would be insulted if you were going to, like, pay for something without asking for something in return. It's like, you know,
ト
lend
ー
you
ム
the
ストー
money.
ン？ああ、あれはそういう目的で使うものだったのか。こちらに召喚された用意が持ち帰ったものを見たことがある。
Oh, tomestones. Oh, so that's what they're for. I've seen some that are, you know, brought back to the void by, you know, aberrants that got summoned over here.
食っても腹が膨れるわけでもないし、どうして人はこんなものを大事に溜め込んでいるのかとずっと不思議に思っていたんだ。
Yeah, you know, eating them like doesn't fill you up. I always wondered why, like, humans, you know, treasured and hoarded them.
そういえばあちら
They
で
tried to
店
just
のような
eat
ものは見かけ
tomestones.
なかったな。用意には取引や契約の概念はあるようだが、物を介した取引は行わないのか？
Oh my god. Okay. And now that I think of it, I didn't see anything even resembling a store over there. You know, it seems like aberrants have the concept of, you know, contracts and transactions, but Like, do you not conduct trade using, physical intermediaries?
極めて稀だな。私たちが取引するのは、主に相手に何かをさせたい時だ。物を手に入れたいだけなら殺して奪えばいい。
Yeah, it's incredibly rare to do so. We, do trades when we want other people to do something for us. If we want to get our hands on something, we just kill them and take it.
なるほど。あえてこちら風に言うとしたら、雇用と労働の関係でのみ取引が成立するということか。覚えておくとしよ
う。Okay. So then, in that case, in your world, transactions are only established in the context of, labor and employment. I'll keep that in mind. We're going full-on econ here of saying, their concept of a transaction is exclusively something that is done in terms of labor.
それはさておき、次に紹介するべきは、ここからなら、アルキミア製薬堂が近いな。
Okay. We're gonna go talk to the alchemist, sure. What's the tombstone? Is it tasty? Apparently not.
This これはブリトラ様。先ほどお預かりした新しい体はまだ調整中となりますが。
Your new body is still undergoing adjustments.
ああ、すまない。そちらは君たちの思うように進めてくれ。あの素晴らしい人形を作り上げてくれた錬金術師の皆を何よりも信頼している。
I trust you all to handle that. I trust your judgment, considering you made such a, wonderful doll.
このアルキミア製薬堂では錬金薬の研究を行っている。私の体も彼らが用意してくれているのだが、汎用である君の体についても見ることができるだろう。
Okay, this is, pharmaceutical. I guess this is laboratory. Now you would probably just call this Alchemia Pharmaceuticals. They do research on alchemical medicine. They prepared my body, but they should be able to examine, provide medical examination for you as well.
そういえば、私が少年の姿に変わっても、君は全く驚いていないようだったな。この体が魂の器に過ぎないことは、初めからお見通しだったか。
Yeah, and come to think of it, you didn't seem surprised at all. When I changed to this younger, form. Yeah, did you realize from the beginning that this body is nothing more than a, vessel for my soul?
あっちじゃ珍しくもなんともないからな。脆い肉体を捨てて鎧に乗り移った連中なんか山ほどいる。
Yeah, no, it's nothing too special over there. There's plenty of people who have ditched their fragile bodies. And possessed armor.
あら、そちらが例のお客様でしたのね。ここの錬金術師たちはみんな興味津々なんですよ。
The alchemists here are very, very curious about.
どうかしら。よかったら奥でお茶でもついでにあれやこれやと話を聞かせていただきたい。
If you don't mind, would you mind coming and having some tea with us, and we can talk about things over it?
断る。取り急ぎ必要な分の食い物はもらった。メリードズメイハネに行けば、話なんぞに付き合わなくても、補給できるらしいしな。
Yeah, I'll decline. No, I got all of, like, the food I needed. Yeah, and if I go to Mary's Mehane, I can get... No, I can replenish my ether without needing to talk.
まあまあ、いずれま
Like,
た
without
の
having
機
to
会に
deal with,
とい
like,
うことにして
conversation.
今回はメーガドゥータグーの方に戻るとしよう。
Okay.
道すがら気になるものがあれば言ってくれ。
Okay, let's leave it at that for now. You know, go back to Megadoo Palace. Sure. If anything catches your eye along the way. You know, if anything interests you along the way, just let us know. No, I would say that honestly, the Japanese script is doing a good job of making Zero seem more just like completely foreign and not understanding the concept whatsoever. You know, if you think about it entirely in terms of what do I get out of the exchange, she has absolutely zero reason to do that. It's like, oh, I could get back some ether, and then also have to, like, you know, engage somebody in conversation. That's a task. Or I could go get ether and not have to do that. That is fewer tasks. The concept that you might want to do that, or it might be enjoyable or something like that, is just completely non-existent. Yeah, it's like, oh, is this where, like, you know, they make food, or like where food is made? And these tiny fruit don't seem like they'd be, you know, worth eating. Like they'd be very, it's like worth eating, very
これは
filling.
桑の畑だ。確かに実を食すが、より重要なのは蚕の餌となる葉だ。蚕は糸を生み、民はそれを伝統のラザハン織りにする。
Wait, are these are just mulberries, right? That's just mulberry? Okay, yeah. This is a mulberry field. Yeah, you know, we do eat the fruit, but the, you know, more important thing here is the leaves, which are, you know, fed to silkworms, which produce thread, which are used to make, you know, traditional Razahan textiles.
その他、コンピは生薬として活用することもできる。果樹全体が余すところなくいるような植物
Okay,
な
the
のだ。
bark can be used as herbal medicine. It's incredibly useful holistically.
風以外にも利用価値があるということか、私にはもう考えすら及ばないことだが。
Huh, this seems like a bit of a foreshadowing line. Like, you know, it has value other than, you know, being food. It's like, you know, I couldn't even begin to comprehend.
あ、ブリトラ様だ。それに冒険者の姉ちゃんも。
Oh, Prisha and the adventurer, yay. Oh, hey, it's those
君
guys.
たちは確かメラドと妹のヤースラだったな。孤児院での
Yeah,
暮らしに不便はしていないか？
Yasura. Yeah, you're... how would you actually word this? This is weird to say. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess you would say, like, you know, you probably just say, like, are you having a, you know, an alright time at the orphanage?
はい。俺たちみたいに親を亡くした子ばっかりだから、みんなで励まし合って仲良くやってるよ。
Yeah, there are Yeah, there's plenty of children like us there who lost their parents. We all try and like encourage each other. Like we all, I think you would just say like we all just work together and get along great.
エスティニアンのお兄ちゃんも一度来てくれたんだ。だから私たちちっとも寂しくないよ。
Yeah, Estinian even came to visit us once, so we're not lonely at all. Wow.
エスティニアンが
Estinian did.
そうか、それは何よりだ。
Oh, I'm glad to hear.
そっちの人は姉ちゃんの友達？
Oh, is that person a friend of yours? Oh, there's the word.
友達？それはなんだ？
Hey, look, she says it in full katakana. Friend. What's that?
ええ、友達を知らないの？
Well, you don't know what a friend is.
ああ、彼女は遠い異国から来たばかりでね。私たちの言葉や習慣に馴染みがないんだ。
Oh, yeah, she's come from a really far away country. She's not really familiar with our language or custom or culture just yet.
じゃあ私が教えてあげる。友達はね、一緒にいて楽しいと思う相手のことだよ。
Oh, then yeah, I'll tell you. It's like I'll help. A friend is someone you enjoy being with.
一緒にいて楽しい。
Enjoy being with. Someone you enjoy being with.
ゼノスはお前のことを友と呼び、歯を交えているときは楽しそうだった。それと同じか。
And Xenos called you a friend, and he really seemed to be enjoying himself. When you crossed swords. Is it something like that? No, is that like what she's talking about? The Soreto Najiga is that what she's talking about? Your options here are like, yeah, that's the same, or absolutely not. I mean, honestly, it is accurate. Like, it is accurate. Yeah.
なるほど、友も友達も一緒にいて楽しい相手なんだな。だが、一時快楽を共有する存在がそうも大事なものなのか。
Okay, yeah, I see. Friends are people you enjoy spending time with, but is it really that important to have people to enjoy such momentary or fleeting, it's just momentary pleasures, fun with?
ゼノスはお前と会うために星を渡り、己の命までかけた。それはなぜなんだ？
And Xenos traversed the stars to meet you, risking his very life itself. Why?
なんて気にする必要もないか。私はあいつじゃないし、あいつを理解したいわけでもないんだ。
Okay. I suppose I guess I shouldn't care. I shouldn't mind. I'm not him. It's not like I want to understand him either.
私の説明、ちょっとわかりにくかったかな。うまく教えてあげられなくて、ごめんね。
Oh, I guess my, explanation was a bit, was a bit, hard to understand. Sorry I couldn't, teach you better.
いや、謝らなくていい。おそらく、お前たちにとっては当たり前のものなんだろう。
Yeah, no, there's no need to apologize. For you all, it's probably obvious.
じゃあ、まだお使いの途中だし、そろそろ行かなくちゃな。
Okay, we're out running errands, so we gotta get going.
さようなら。またね。
Yeah, bye. See you later.
"ゼノスを通じて見たことで、こちら側の世界を理解したつもりでいたが、
Okay, yeah, I thought I, understood this world by, like, seeing it through, like, via Xenos, but
知れば知るほどにわからないことが増えていく。暮らしぶりも物事の見方もあまりに多彩で目がくらむような思いだ。
okay, the more I, learn about it, the less I understand. Well, it's not like, it's less like, the more I learn about it, the less I understand. It's more like the more I learn about it, the more I realize just how little of it I understand. Yeah, it's like the sheer, the sheer diversity of, the way people live and their perspectives is dizzying.
だが悪くはない心地だ。お前と共に行けばより鮮明に経験と有利を得られる。私の目論見は間違っていなかったらしい。
Yeah, it's really not an unpleasant feeling. On what, like by going along with you, I'll be able to, like, how do you say this? God, that's awkward. The thing is that she's referring to things as though they are foreign concepts within the language, which requires, like, a really big... Like, in order to be able to break down language, you need to understand it very well. Honestly, in English, you might go with, like, if I go along with you, I'll be able to, like, gain that experience. Experience in, like, italics. It seems like this, like, this plan of mine is going well. Huh. Yeah, that's, forbidden memory.
"どうやらゼロにとって実りのある時間となったようだ。君も付き合ってくれてありがとう。
Seems like this was, very productive time for Zero. Thank you for joining
それ
us.
では例が
Okay, let's go back to the house. We're just going right back in. Okay, this spread is much better than the previous one at, like,
街を回ってみた感想
here,
を
what's the name of the
聞
place?
かせてもらって
You
も
know, it's the House of Stone. We had that, like, nightmare spread. We do still have just, like, a random bowl of eggs. Or I think there might have been a salad with, like, a boiled egg in it. could you tell us what you thought after? Tell us your impressions after going around the city.
人間が多い。
There's a lot of humans. That's alright. Ningen ga oi. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm not going to look at this, but they're going to translate this to mortal again, aren't they? They're going to translate this to mortal again, aren't they? Ningen. Humans.
あちらの世界から来た君にとっては、それが何よりの驚きだったということか。
And coming here from that world, what was the, Or it's like, yeah, was that... Or... Like, I guess that was, like, the most surprising thing to you?
この町には、客人の案内をなり
No,
わ
I
いと
didn't
する
change the
者もい
character
る。
face.
詳しく知りたいことがあれば、彼らを手配するのもいいだろう。
Okay, Okay, there are people here who, whose livelihood is guiding around visitors. Now, if you wish to learn more about anything, perhaps we could make, like, arrangements with one of them. Or arrangements with
い
them.
や、あとは好きにうろつかせてもらう。たくさんの情報を渡されたところで、私の故郷について話せることはそう多くないからな。
And now I'll just, wander about on my own. Yeah, after all, there's... Like, even though you've given me so much information, there's really not much that I can tell you, about my home.
歴史を歌った詩のいくつかは覚えているが、それだって真実かどうかはわからないんだ。
Huh. Yeah, it's like I remember some poems about history. But I don't know whether or not they're accurate.
それでもよければ、
Or whether or not they're true.
世界が闇に飲まれた原因と言われるメモリア戦争について語ろう。
If you'd like to hear, I can tell you, let me tell you about the Memorial War, which was, said to be the cause of the world being swallowed in darkness. There's a lot of mortals. God fucking damn it, of course they did. Yeah, please do. I did ask for that one.
今は闇に沈んだあの世界にも、かつては光に満ちた穏やかで争いのない時代があったという。
Okay. It said that, even that, that world, now, like, shrouded, sunk in darkness, once had a time, once had an era, or knew an era, at a time in which it was, filled with light, a peaceful time without conflict. Buried wherever, it's forbidden.
ある時闇の使徒が現れて、人々にゲンマと呼ばれる闇の化け物を呼び出す術をもたらした。
Gemma. Shit. I mean, I guess it is just phantoms. But hold on. Gimma. Is that another, like, name for summons in... Or, like, was that the name for, like, summons in Final Fantasy... In Final Fantasy IV? I'm assuming that it's going to be, like, you know, one of the summons from Final Fantasy IV, right? They're going to be called, like, Gimma. I don't know. Okay, but to explain, this kanji compound is it's the kanji for, like, phantom, illusion, and then ma, meaning, like, you know, evil spirit, sometimes used for just magic. But it's a completely distinct word. I think you could maybe go with phantasm here, maybe. Not entirely sure. It's like a... However, like, one day, and, you know, the Apostles of Darkness appeared and, you know, gave people the you know, the ability, like, gave unto people the ability to summon forth, you know, dark monsters known as phantasms.
祈りや願いによって強大な力を持つ玄魔が次々と呼び寄せ
Hey, look at that. There we go. Yeah. Like, through prayer and desires, you know, through prayers and wishes, powerful phantasms were invoked, were brought down. Actually, that should be brought down, one after another. Yeah, that's bullshit. I don't need to see any more of the English, though. I am curious about a couple of the lines, but I'll look them up at the end. Yeah, if these Apostles of Darkness were Asians, then these Gimma would be, you know, these phantasms would be something similar to idols.
お前たちの世界にも似たようなのがいるんだな。それなら、ひとたび玄魔が現れたことで、戦いが始まったことも想像できるんじゃないか。
Okay. So there's, you know, similar things in your world too, huh? In that case, you can, you know, probably imagine that once the phantasms appeared, you know, that conflict came after. You know, that's when like, conflict started.
戦いとなれば弱き者が犠牲となる。世界全体を悲しみが包み込もうとしていた時、立ち上がったのがとある異能を持つ若者たちだった。
Yeah, like in battle, you know, in war, the weak are victimized. As yeah, like as sorrow, or it's like, yeah, it's sorrow, like was about to engulf the whole world. You know, a group of young people with, like, yeah, extraordinary powers appeared.
玄魔のエーテルを メモリアに封じる能力。もって彼らはメモリア使いと呼ばれることになる。
Ah, fuck. Memoriatsukai. Memoriatsukai. So, this is a problem. This is a big problem. So, magician or things like that. In Japanese, they say like mahotsukai, which literally just like magic use, like magic user. But, you know, in English you've got magic and then magician. You've got a little suffix you can use there. You can conjugate it and make it like a user. We're not going to have that for a completely made up word. Okay, so you know, they had the ability to seal phantasms in Memoria, you know, and so they became known as... Fuck, what do you even do for this? What do you even do for this? Memoriatsukai, Memoriatsukai, Memoriatsukai. Fuck, this is one of those things where you would really need to workshop it. Memoricians? Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. As much as I would ordinarily hate it, this might be a situation in which you need to come up with a, like, singular word that gets across the concept, but doesn't necessarily have the word Memoria within it. As to what that could be, not sure right now. That's something you would have to actually workshop. I'm gonna kind of skim over it right now.
私の母はその一人だった。玄魔を封じる過程で強い闇を浴びてしまったことで、体内にいた私が汎用になってしまったというわけだ。
Yeah, my mother was one of them. Yeah, during, you know, in the process of sealing away like a phantasm, I was exposed, or she was exposed to intense darkness. You know, which turned me into a half-aberrant while I was in the womb.
つまり、あなたのような汎用は闇の反乱が起きる前から存在していたのね。
So then, like, you know, half-aberrants like you existed even before the flood of darkness occurred.
では、闇の反乱はいかにして起こったのだ。メモリア使いによって世界が平和になったのなら、最悪の目も積まれたように思えるのだが。
Yeah, okay, but so how did the flood of darkness occur? You know, if the world was, you know, became peaceful through the usage of Memoria, you know, then the seed of, you know, such a calamity would have been eradicated, right? You know, one would think the seed of that calamity would have been
光当たる
eradicated.
場所には必ず影が生じるということだ。世界を救ったはずのメモリア使いがそこに封じた闇の力に見入られてしまった。
It's like, yeah, wherever there is light, shadow follows. Actually, I like, you know, wherever there's light, there will always be shadow. Actually, no, because it shows you. I guess you would go, like, wherever there is light, shadows always fall. Oh, this, Memoriatsukai. You know, the Memoriatsukai who are supposed to have saved the world, you know, became like entranced by the dark power sealed within.
信じがたいことに、彼らはメモリアの闇の力を用いて人間を魔物、お前たちの言う用意に変えることで玄魔に代わる軍勢を組織し、戦争に利用し始めたんだ。
Ah. Ow. I just slammed my knee on my desk. Ooh, that's great. Big fan. It's like, yeah, unbelievable as it may seem, yeah, they began using the, dark power of Memoria to transform humans into, monsters. Those things you call aberrants. Okay, it's like they replaced the, like, the word replaced here is like, instead of using phantasms, they used aberrants to like use them for war.
戦争の功労者が手にした力ゆえに道を誤つ。どこも同じか。
It's like, so, heroes of war were led astray by the like, power they gained. I guess it's the same no matter where you go.
メモリア使いが皆そうだったわけじゃない。そういった闇の勢力に対抗する光の勢力。
I'm just gonna say Memoria user at this point, but you would come up with something else because Memoria user is awful.
母と同じメモリア使いとなった私もな。
But it probably shouldn't be like a suffix attached to Memoria. I think that whole concept, if you do that, that's just shit. No matter how you spin it, that's gonna suck. And so this would be another case. Memoriate. Ah. Yeah, that sucks. This would be a case where absolutely you would want to talk to the actual writers and see if you could, like, pitch a couple of name ideas off of them. Like, you could go with something as shit. Ones that come to mind that would immediately suck, and I wouldn't want to use, is like, you would call them, like, Remembrance. Or, like, some bullshit like that. But you get what I mean. You would come up with a different name that evokes the concept of, something along the lines of, like, that who controls memory. Or something affiliated with memory. And you would use that as the name for it. Because you just can't... There's nothing you could do with Memoria. Yeah, not all Memoria users were that way. There were... forces of light. That opposed, like, the forces of darkness. And as I grew up, I became a Memoria user. Just like my mother.
私はひたすら戦い、多くの闇を払った。だが、結局奴らを全滅させることはできず、力が尽きかけたその瞬間、 世界が壊れたんだ。
Yeah, it's like I fought relentlessly. Yeah, like what, ridding the world of... Or like driving away much of the darkness, but you know, in the end I couldn't destroy them all. And just as like my strength was like nearly spent, the world shattered.
闇の反乱が起きたということ。
Yeah. So then, you mean that the flood of light occurred?
星の光が天から消え、黒き帳が全てを包み込んだ。闇の本流は次元の壁にひびを入れ、私はなすすべもなくそこに吸い込まれてしまった。
Yeah, like the light of the stars disappeared from the sky. It's like the stars vanished. You have to say like the light of the stars vanished from the sky. Oh, a dark curtain enveloped all. Yeah, this like torrent of darkness. Like, yeah, cracked the dimensional barrier. You know, the dimensional wall. Yeah, it's like what, and like I was helpless as I was sucked within.
そうして次元の狭間に閉じ込められてから長い長い永遠にも思える時が過ぎた。
And so, after becoming trapped in the, gap between dimensions. It's like, and so I was trapped in the gap between dimensions for so long. It felt like an eternity.
ある時、偶発的に開いた小さな穴を見つけて、私は狭間を脱することに成功したんだ。
Yeah, but eventually, like I stumbled upon a small hole that had opened by pure chance, and I managed to escape.
そして目にしたのが、お前たちも見たあの世界。何もかも終わってしまった故郷の姿だった。
And what I saw was the, same world that you all saw, the site of my home, where all had come to an end.
なるほど。だから君は汎用のまま闇の反乱によって完全な用意になることもなく第13世界に戻ったのだな。
Okay, I see, so that's how you could remain a half-aberrant and return to the 13th world without becoming a full-fledged aberrant in the flood of darkness.
私の気持ちはともかく、旗から見たら幸運者だ。汎用じゃなかったら、あそこに戻れたところで、一日と持たず用意に食われていただろうからな。
Regardless of how I might feel about it, to an outside observer, I'm lucky. It's like any outside observer must see me as lucky. If I wasn't a half-aberrant, and even if I had made it back, I would have been, I wouldn't have lasted even a single day before being devoured.
初めから終わっていた私だからこそ、終わった世界でもあり続けられたんだ。
Ah, this is an obnoxious line. Okay, because she says, like... She says, like, because I was, you know, finished from the beginning, like, because it was all over for me from the beginning. But she's referring to herself as, like, Owatte ita watashi. It's almost like saying I was already dead. Right? Ah, what do you say for this? What do you say for this? Maybe you use the word gone? You know, maybe, like, what, because I was already gone from the beginning? You know, I could keep on living in that, like, empty world. You know, in that world of nothingness. You would probably have to say, like, empty world. You know? Two words that mean, like, gone. But I'm assuming they're talking about, like, you know, owatte ita, and they're gonna say
終わった
hajimaru.
世界ですって。
Owatta sekai. Ah, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. Owatta sekai. Because you can't use, like, you can't say, like, because I had already ended from the beginning, I could live in that world that had ended. It makes sense. The word in Japanese that makes sense. But then you have to use some sort of, like, owaru, right? You have to use some sort of end. You know, having no future? No, you really can't, because there's a difference between having no future and something having ended. Right? There is a difference. I would need to think about it for a bit. But for now, just, even though it is not like a clean translation, just know that she referred to herself as having ended as well. You know, a world that's already ended, you said.
果たして本当にそうかしらね。第13世界はまだそこに存在していてよ。
And is that really true? You know, it's like the 13th world still exists, doesn't it?
どういう意味だ？
What do you mean?
少し長くなってしまうけれど、ここ原初世界と共造世界の関係、そして世界統合の仕組みについて説明させてちょうだい。
Oh no. Oh no, this is going to be really long. Okay, this might take a while, but... Yeah, please, let me explain to you the relationship between the original world and the mirrored worlds. You know, and exactly how... You know, the exact mechanism behind, like, you know, the integration of worlds. Oh, thank God. It would be interesting to see this, but it would just be very complicated to translate. Oh, shit. Nobody has touched any of this food. It's all going cold. There's just a whole turkey.
では、統合されてしまった共造世界と違って、私の世界はまだ。
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, unlike a mirror world that's already been integrated, my world still has a chance or something.
光に飲まれた第一世界も見てきたわ。あちらには光の巫女によって残された土地があったから、第13世界と完全に同じ条件ではないけれど。
We've seen the first world swallowed by light as well. You know, there was... It's like some livable space left behind by the, Maiden of Light. So it's not exactly the same as the conditions of the 13th world, but...
それでも、 壊滅的な打撃を受けた世界に失われていたバランスを闇を取り戻したことは間違いない。
Yeah, okay. However, it is undeniable that in that utterly devastated world, the balance was restored to it by, the return of darkness.
その後、大地をめぐる属性エーテルを冷気させることで、エデンを再生させた少女たちもいると聞いたわ。
Yeah, okay, and I've heard that some, it's like some young women were able to like revive Utopia, revive Eden, by stimulating, exciting the elemental ether within the or surrounding the land itself.
ボイドにも希望を芽吹かせられるかもしれない。その可能性を否定できて。
Yeah, that was all awkward as shit. Yeah, so, someday, like hope might sprout even in the void. Can you say with certainty that it's not possible?
もちろん、現段階では確証のない話よ。そう都合よくはいかないかもしれない。
Yeah, of course we don't have, like I have no proof now. Things might not work out so easily, or might not work out so well.
けれど、世界の危機に立ち向かってきた経験から、あなたに伝えられることはあると思うの。
Okay. Yeah, but, from all of my experience, like standing, facing the crises, this world's crises, there's something I can tell you. God, that's awkward.
いや待て、さっきから何を言ってるんだ。それじゃあまるであの世界を。
What do you even say for this? What do you even say for this? Yeah, it's like, wait, hold up. What are you even talking about? It sounds like you want to. I guess you'd say like you're planning on.
でも、お前たちがボイドにやってきたのは。
アジュラヤを探すため。
But you came to the void
危険な異界で余計なことに首を突っ込んでいる余裕なのに。
to find Ashidaya. Yeah, we came to find Ashidaya. In that dangerous, dangerous of a world, we don't have time, we don't have the luxury of, meddling in anything else.
だからといって黙って通り過ぎることができるほど元暁は物分かりのいい連中じゃない。
Ah, fuck. Okay, this is a fun line. It's like, but it's like what the former members of the Dawn aren't so reasonable they'd be able to just to just leave it alone, I guess?
そうだよな。
To leave, well enough... You'd probably say, to leave well enough alone. Ain't that right? He's saying the people in the dawn are unreasonable.
アジダヤが用意にとらわれているのであれば、世界から闇を払うことは彼女を救うことにもつながる。私たちにとってそれは矛盾するものではないと思う。
Yeah, if Ajidai is being like held prisoner by by an aberrant, then purging the world of darkness will also save her. To us, it's logical. I mean, you would probably just say, like, it lines up with what we're trying to do.
私は別にあの世界をどうにかしたいなんて思っちゃいない。
Do whatever you want. It's not like, どうにかしたいなんて思っちゃいない。Yeah, I don't really. You would probably say like I don't really care what happens to that world.
それならそれで結構。だが私たちには用意を倒すことができる君の力が必要だ。
That's
共に来て
fine.
くれないだろうか。
Yeah, but we need your help, to defeat the aberrants. Would you be willing to come with us?
言っただろう。私に協力を求めるならエーテルを差し出せと。
I told you before, if you want my help, that I need ether in return.
しかもお前たちはゴルベーザに目をつけられている。契約は高くつくぞ。
And now, even more so, you've got Golbeza look. It's like you've caught Golbeza's attention. It's not going to be cheap.
ひとまずこれは手付金代わりだ。
Okay. Like, so now, this is a deposit. It's like, I'll consider this, like, a down payment. Yay. Nobody is eating any of the food. There was one apple that was eaten. Sorry, I've been trying to not say it forever. It's been months, and I keep trying to... I think I might have said it once, actually. But yeah, it really does sound like the start of that one Undertale track. It really does. Okay, this is when the void found my sister's alive. Okay, we'll need 0. Yep, sure, whatever.
全ては私に進めと言ってくれた君のおかげだ。本
And it's
当
all
にあ
thanks
りが
to
とう。
you, telling me to, encouraging me to move forward. Thank you. What the fuck? What is that little thing? Oh, is nobody gonna deal with that? Okay, he's gonna deal with that apparently.
改めて第
What was that?
13世界での探索を続ける限りゴルベーザの一党が障害となることは間違いないだろう。
Okay, this
だが
just set up.
君たちと
Golbeza is
ゼロ
going
が
to
共にいてくれ
get
る
in
な
the
ら
way.
姉さんの元まで進み続けることができると信じている。次回の探索もどうかよろ
As
し
long
く
as you
頼
and
む。
Zero with me, I know we'll be able to, reach my sister. Next patch. Side quest related to MSQ. Okay. Oh, we're doing another, like, meanwhile? Okay, yeah. Meanwhile.
スカルミリョーネに続いてバルバリシアも敗れたか。使えぬ奴らよ。
使えぬ奴ら。Yeah, first Scarmiglione, then Bavaria. Useless.
我らをメモリアにするという力は本物のようです。
Yeah, that like power to steal us away in Memoria seems to be real.
竜を探しているという話も気になる。いつかここにもたどり着くかもしれんな。
I'm quite interested in, their search for this, for this dragon. Perhaps they'll, come here, so they'll reach here someday.
聖戦の時は近い。今のうちに皇庫の憂いは立っておくべきか。
It's like, yeah, the holy war draws near. Yeah, like, perhaps I should deal with any, lingering problems now. It's like, you might say, inconveniences. Okay, regarding that, I have a plan. A brilliant plan to eliminate them. Okay, however, to implement it or to ensure this, I'll need the assistance of, Kainatsu.
俺は戦いを楽しめれば何でもいい。お前に使われるのは尺だが、頭を使うのも好きじゃねえからよ。
Okay, that's fun. Yeah, I don't care what it is so long as I can, enjoy the fight. It's like, yeah, being used by you pisses me off, but it's like, bothers me. It's like, Shaku is like, I guess you would say, is obnoxious, but it's not like I want to have to think myself. I mean, he does say, I don't like thinking.
しかし、バルバリシアの二の舞にはなるまいな。
I mean, there might be a joke there, because I know what this guy looks like in FF4. Because he does say, I don't want to have to use my head, right? And there might be a head joke there. It's good to have confidence, but I trust you won't make the same mistake as Barbaria.
私とて悲願を果たさぬまま朽ちるつもりはございません。聖戦の礎となれるのであれば、この炎を持って喜んで我が身を焼き尽くしましょう。
礎。Yeah, it's like I have no intention of falling without, fulfilling this. I guess it's probably, our dearest desire. If I could become the, cornerstone of the Holy War, I would gladly, burn myself to nothing. Alongside this flame.
そうか。ならば行け。
Yeah, in that case, go.
必ずや吉報をお耳に入れましょう。
Please wait for the, for the good news.
よっしゃ！久々に大暴れできるぜ！
Alright, he's just saying, oh yeah. Finally getting a chance to go all out.
どんな犠牲を払うこともいとわん。たとえ四天王の全てを失ってなお、私は歩みを止めてはならんのだ。
Yeah, I will pay any price. Even if I lose all 4 of the Heavenly Kings,
この停滞の力は
I
障
will.
害となる。
Yeah, I will keep moving forward. Huh? Yeah, like for my, holy... You might go with like for our holy war. This stagnation isn't... Like, is a hindrance.
己が加護を与えし者に打たれる運命を呪いながら消え去るがいい。
Thick. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, that's... Oh, that's very complicated. I don't know the exact foreshadowing here. Okay. Shit. It's like fade into nothingness. Like cursing your like fate to be slain by the very ones you blessed. So what is he talking about? I don't understand the whole blessing thing here. This is the thing I don't understand. This is like foreshadowing I don't get. This is... I can understand the Japanese, but I have no idea what to put it into in English because of missing context. I'm not sure who he is referring to, of like, kago atai shimono. It's like upon... I guess that's like upon the like oath I swore that day.
So して門は開かれた。これでようやく祝願を果たすことができる。
Okay. Yeah, now the, like, gate has been opened. Or at last it will be fulfilled. Oh. I'm gonna need to remember that. Actually, I'm literally going to grab this line for later. Because I don't actually know what it fucking means right now. Okay, once again, into the void.
Ah, オレオ、ちょうど君に声をかけようと思っていたところだ。ゼロ絡みで報告があってね。
I'm assuming this is the new patch, right?
彼女はボイドで姉さんを探すことについてエーテルを対価として差し出すなら協力すると。
Okay, okay, this is all just literal filler. It's coming right back.
ひとまず食事を
Says,
提
okay,
供した。
gave
そ
food,
して
spent
本
time,
人
okay,
曰く
sure.
今必要な分は食ったとのことだ。
Okay, according to her, she's, had her, eaten everything she wanted.
そういうわけで君たちも出られるようであれば再びボイドへと向かいたい。
Okay, we want to go back to the void. Sure. This is all just
な
recap.
らば私は探索用の体を引き取ってこよう。合わせて、
Okay, gonna get you
君は
Shola
ゼロを呼ん
Estinian.
できてくれないだろうか。
Okay, could
先
you
ほ
go
ど
get
客
Zero?
室を覗いた時に姿はなかった。油熟とカーマクを
Okay, looked in the guest room, she wasn't
で
there.
も言ったのだろう。 ゼロと合
Good view
流
of
で
the
きたら
with someone
映
with
画
a
で
good
歌
view of
風
the
に戻っ
city.
てきてくれ
Sure. None of this is necessary. Let's go. Oh, wait, shit. No, this doesn't actually connect. It would be much faster to go up here. Oh, what? Wait a minute, I don't have that one? Apparently, I don't have that one.
「相変わらずここの連中は皆のうのうと生きているな。
It's like, okay, as, as always, everybody here is, living their lives carefree. There's a little bit of a like, bitter sarcasm to that, a little
ろく
bit.
に戦えもしない。片手でひねり潰せそうな弱者だ。なのに、あんなにも。
Yeah, they're like weaklings, who could barely, who can barely fight. They could easily be like, crushed with one hand, but yet they're so...
私たちはああいう眩しいものをなくした。夢や希望。何もないのに死の静音さえ得られず、飢えるがままに貪り続けている。
We've lost these, radiant, these like, I guess you do have to say dazzling because it's light, right? They're talking about light versus darkness. We've lost these, dazzling things, hopes and dreams. We have nothing, and yet, we can't even gain the, like, we can't even attain the tranquility of death. And so we just continue to, devour, one another, starving all the while.
だからこそ、他者のことは食っていくのに有益かそうでないかで判別するんだ。
Yeah, that's what, that's precisely why we judge others based on whether or not they're useful to our own survival.
わざわざこっちの世界に渡ってくるのだって同じこと。エーテルを求めるか、あるいは命めぐるこの場所で死という結末を得るために契約を結ぶ。
Yeah, okay, so here, once again, why are they calling people mortals? Well, it's like, and that's why, some, like, try to come over to this world. They either seek ether, like, or, like, they seek to make a contract, in this world where life revolves in order to obtain death.
それが全てで、それが普通だ。 ゼノスのやつに呼び出された時も私はそう思っていた。
That's all there is. You know, that's how things are. And so even when that, like, you know, bastard Xenos summoned me, that's, you know, all I thought. That's all I thought of it.
あいつとファダニエルは用意と同じだったからな。目的を果たすため、互いを利用し合っていた。
Yeah, him and Fidaniel are no different than aberrants. You know, to achieve their own goals, they used one another.
なのに、お前に対してだけ何か違う理屈を持っていて、私はそれが理解できなかったんだ。
But, you know, for you and only you, you know, it was different. And I could never understand it.
あいつの中に渦巻いていたものが何だったのか。どうしてあんな最後を選んだのか。
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about Saigo, yeah. What was it, you know? This is my data. I mean, I guess you can just say, like, you know, what was, like, swirling within him. You know, why did he choose, you know, that end?
いや、奴のことを考えるのはやめだ。あのいけすかない顔を思い浮かべるだけで虫唾が走る。
Yeah, that's completely wrong. Yeah, no, I said I was done thinking about him. You know, just picturing that, you know, disgusting face of his makes my skin crawl.
お前だってそんなことのために私を呼びに来たわけじゃないだろう。
Yeah, but you know, that isn't why you're here looking for me now, right?
戻るんだな。再びあの世界へ。なら契約通りに行くとしよう。
Yeah, we're going back once again to that world. And then I'll, you know, follow the terms of the contract. I will say, like, I'm interested in what they're going to do, because they did set up before. They were like, you know, they had Vodushan specifically say, don't worry about it. This whole void stuff isn't going to be too crazy. Like, they had a very meta line, where they're like, yeah, you could just think of this as like a fun new adventure. And so far, they've been holding up to that. I would like for it to remain that way. Yeah, we're all here. Well, we're going to go back once more to the void to find my sister. Oh.
Oi.
Hey, you said we were leaving, right? Oh. Oh shit. Main body.
それは竜の方向。
Yeah, that's... Wait, a roar. Oh? What the fuck did you just do, dude?
一体どういうことだ。
What what is this?
聞きたいのはこちらの方よ。
Yeah, that's
竜の
what we
方向は
want to
魔
know.
力を乗せて遠方の同族まで届く。あなた、誰に対して方向を？
Yeah, okay. Dragon's roar filled with magical energy. You can reach other dragons far away. You know, who was that roar for?
一瞬だが感じたのだ。この世界に姉さんの反応を。
Yeah, for just a second, I felt it. Yeah, Ajudaya... You know, Ajudaya's presence in this world. Oh.
アジュダヤはボイドにいるはずだろう。
I thought Ajudaya was in the void.
そのはずだ。だが
So did I.
姉さんのエーテルを間違えるはずがない。
There's no way I would mistake her ether for anything else.
とっさに方向を上げて呼びかけたが、すでに姉さんの反応は消失している。
You know, immediately. It's almost like instinctively, right? Like let out a roar called out to her, but you know, she vanished immediately, or like it's already vanished.
原初世界に帰還し、またすぐに第13世界に渡ったということ。
Wait, so you mean she, you know, returned to the original world and then immediately crossed back over to the 13th?
わからない。
I have no idea.
本
That's
当にこの
that's
世
more
界
like
に
I
帰って
just
きた
I
のか。
don't know.
しかし、どうやって。
But did she really come back to this world? How?
この際、方法は問題じゃないわ。一時的にでも原初世界に姿を現したのなら、周辺にアジュダヤの居所につながる痕跡が残っているはず。
Yeah, right now that doesn't matter. If she appeared in the original world even for a second, you know, there should be like remnants left behind. You know, that lead to her
反応があっ
current
たのはど
whereabouts.
こ？
Where was her? Where did you feel her?
あの一瞬では、遥か遠い北の方としか。
And in the moment, it seemed incredibly far to the north.
北か。ガレマルドにいる連中なら何か異変に気づいているかもしれないな。
North, huh? Okay, in that case, you know, people in Garlemald might have noticed something off.
そうね。急ぎ情報を集めて場所を特定しましょう。
Okay, we're going to Garlemald, I guess.
あなたには悪いけれど、第13世界に返してあげられるのはその後になりそうだわ。
Yeah, apologies. Looks like we won't be able to, you know, what, like bring you back to the 13th world until after this?
構わない。あの世界に戻りたい理由があるわけでもないからな。
I don't. Why are we still saying this? She said multiple times, like, she doesn't want to go back to the void. Like, it's clearly not like a home. That place is awful. Yeah, I don't mind. I have no reason to go back there after all.
そう。じゃあ私たちが帰るまでラザハンで待っていてもらえるかしら。
Right? Well then, would you mind waiting here in Dazan until we return?
こちら側に来てから随分とエーテル落ちそうになった。探し物ぐらいなら手を貸してやってもいい。
And since I came over here, I've had my fill of ether. You know, if you're just looking for something, I can lend a hand.
アジュダヤの反応があったということは、ボイド側で何かが起こっている可能性もあるか。
Okay, since you know, like Ajita's presence. So Hanno there is like response, but they're using it to mean like presence, reaction, etheric presence, etc. Could that mean that there's something happening in the void?
わかったわ。あなたも一緒に来てちょうだい。
Alright, understand please. Come with us.
ガレマルドならまずはあいつらを当たるか。捨てずに取っておいたリンクパールがやっと役立ちそうだ。
Yeah, if we're heading to Garlemald, we should get in touch with those two. Yeah, that. What it's like, it really is a good thing I didn't throw away that lake, bro.
俺だ。ああ、そうだ。お前たちに聞きたいことがあってな。
It's me. Yeah, there's something I want to ask you too.
そうか、わかった。そこで待っていろ。すぐに向かう。
I understand. Just wait there. We'll be over there soon.
情報提供者とテルティウム駅で落ち合うことになった。
Okay, it's like we're gonna meet our informant at Tertium Station. Our informants. It's all Fino and Always. It's 100% all Fino
俺
and
たちは
Always.
転移魔法で向かえばいいが、お前はどうする？徒歩で行ける距離じゃないぞ。
Well, we're actually addressing it once. Yeah, we're gonna be we're gonna be teleporting there, but you know, what are you gonna do? It's not exactly within walking distance.
転移魔法なら私も使える。加えてガレマルドなら知らない土地じゃない。あいつが居座ってた場所だろう。
Wait a second, what do you mean? Oh, wait, yeah, got him. Yeah. That's obviously, duh. Xenos. No shit. I can use teleportation, you know, just fine. You know, and... You know, I know a thing or two about Garlemald. No, this is like, I'm assuming that they're talking about, like, that's where, like, you know, he was, right? Like, hold up. Talking about Xenos.
なるほど。心配するまでもなかったな。
Yeah, guess there was no need for concern.
なら、準備が整い次第し。
Okay. We're going to... Tertium Station. Ooh. Wow, that's a fucking awful patch name. It's not God's Rebel. God, it's so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. I hate it.
ゴルベーザの一味の手によってボイドに囚われているはずのアジュダヤの気配。
Okay.
素直に考えればボイドから逃げおおせ帰還したということなのだろうが、一瞬で気配が消え
Okay,
たと
you
な
know, if
る
you
と
think
は。
about it, it's like... You know, they escape from the void, but... You know, then immediately return. If it, you know, it was only for a
いや
second, then...
ここであれこれ考えたところで意味はないか。
No point,
真相を知るには
you
行
know,
って確かめ
overthinking
る
it
しかあ
here.
るまい。
Only way to
すぐ
know
に
the truth
ガレ
is
マ
go
ルドに
find it
向
out
け
for
て出発
ourselves.
するぞ。
Okay. Going for Garlemald. Yes.
And
you know, we're all here, so...
みんなしばらくぶりだね。
Yeah. Hey, it's all for all. Round of applause. Ah, been a while.
久しぶりね。寒さで体調を崩してないかと案じていたけれど、二人とも元気そうじゃない。
Yeah, it's, you know, long time no see. I was worried you might have been... You know, I thought the cold might have been, like, hard on you. I'm glad to see you're both doing well.
すっかり慣れちゃったわ。前よりはずっと暖を取りやすくなったしね。
Yeah, you know, we've really gotten used to it. It's, you know, a lot easier staying warm than before.
何よりだわ。ずっとここで支援活動を続けていたの？
Glad to hear it. Have you been... And so you've been doing your, like, yeah, relief work here since?
ああ、週末という最悪が去ってからも、依然としてこの地に生きる人々は厳しい状況にある。
I feel like... I mean, okay, I understand that if you were playing the game as it was releasing, this would be like a year, if not a little bit more. Actually, it'd be like a good bit more. Since you had last seen all of this, but it does feel kind of silly. It's like, oh yeah, after the apocalypse was over and done with, people here are still in, you know, a difficult situation and in a crisis.
国としての機能も保てなくなってから、彼らは心の拠り所を失ったままだ。
Yeah, having lost their leader and, you know, unable to, like, function as a nation. You know, they're all, like, adrift. Nah, that's lame, actually. It's like they don't have any... They have nothing left to, like, support them. Nothing left to look to for support.
それでも、現状をどうにかしたいって思いは、みんな多かれ少なかれ抱いてる。その一部でも手助けができればってね。
Yeah, okay, but, you know, even still, you know, everyone, at least, to some extent, you know, wants things to change. You know, and all we want to do is help them out however we can.
もちろん、初めは私たちのことを拒絶する人もいたわ。けれど今では、少しずつ、一緒に頑張ろうと手を取ってくれる人も増えてきたのよ。
Yeah, of course, there are, you know, plenty of people who rejected us. Yeah, it's like, of course, there are plenty of people who rejected us at first, but now, you know, little by little, you know, more and more people are willing to... But, like, work together. I'm just saying, like, hey, you guys are doing good work out here.
ありがとう。けれど、同じ思いを抱く同志がいてくれるから、どうにか前に進めているよ。
Hey, yeah, thank you, but, you know, it's really only because we have, you know, comrades who, you know, shared the same goals that we're able to move. You were able to keep moving
派遣
forward.
団を通じて、各国から支援物資が続々と届いている。そのおかげで、飢えて倒れるような状況は脱することができた。
Okay, relief supplies have continued to arrive from, you know, various nations through the contingent. Or it's like, you know, they're distributed through the contingent. Thanks to that, you know, we've been able to prevent, like, mass starvation.
それに、ユルスを中心とした有志の帝国兵も復興に向けた取り組みに参加してくれているからね。国境や種族を超えた協力の輪が広がっているのさ。
Okay, and, you know, volunteers from the Imperial Army, you know, led by Yuras, have been, you know, like, what, assisting in the reconstruction efforts. Yeah, like the circle or sphere of cooperation transcending borders continues to expand.
まだまだ道半ばだけど、一歩ずつ確かに前に向かっているわ。
You know, we're still only about, it's like still only about halfway there. Really, it's like, you would probably just say like we're still nowhere near finished, but you know, we're really just taking it one step at a time.
それでみんなはなんでここに？見たところ初対面の人もいるじゃない。
Okay, so what are you all doing here? And it's like, yeah, there's some like what I guess you'd say like faces I don't quite recognize.
どこまで手短にできるかわからないけれど、説明するわね。
Yeah, I'm not sure how brief I can make it. But let me explain. We just got done going to the, like, you know, edge of the universe, and now you're already going to the 13th world.
本当じっとしていられないというか、どこまでも突き進んでいっちゃうんだから。
Like, honestly, like, you guys just can't, like, you know, sit still. Just, you know, what, charging ahead no matter what.
彼女は冒険者なんだから仕方ないさ。
It's like, well, I mean, they are an adventurer, after all. It was singular, they're just talking about you.
それはそうだけど、もっと早く頼ってくれたってよかったじゃない。ラハは海底遺跡に連れて行ったのに。
Oh no. Always they wanted to go on the adventure. I mean, that's true, but you could have, you know, asked for my help a bit. You could have asked for my help. I mean, you took Raha to the, you know, those underwater ruins and everything. It's like you brought, you know, Raha with you to those underwater ruins. Your options are saying, sorry, Alize, or, I really, you know, we really didn't want to bother you, so... I mean, I'm gonna say, like, hey, you know, I just, you know, I thought that you wouldn't want to, it would be bad to drag you out of here. You were doing important stuff.
もう分かってるわよ。私たちのことを気遣ってくれたんだってことくらいね。
No, yeah, I get it. This is like, I get it, it's fine. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, you know, you were worried about us, and... You know, that's what matters.
それにしても、ゼノスが刺激していた用意だったんでしょ？その、大丈夫なわけ？
A bit on the nose there, I'll say, but... Yeah, but still, you know, that's... You know, she's the... You know, aberrant that... Like Xenos had contracted. I mean... Is that really gonna be okay?
あなたやヤシトラが平気だって判断したんだから、悪いものじゃないんでしょうけど。
I'm sure they're, like, you know, not a bad person since you and Yashola decided that it was fine, but...
お前が警戒するのは当然だ。だが、ゼノスと同一視されるのはごめん被る。
It's... You know, it's natural that you'd be wary. Yeah, but I absolutely refuse. Yeah, it's like, what, to be, equated or, like, lumped in. You would probably say I refuse to be lumped in with Xenos.
あの男に刺激されていた時のことを思い出すだけで腹渡が煮えくり返りそうになるんでな。
Okay, that's... In English, you would probably say makes you feel sick. The literal expression there is, like, literally, you know, insides or, like, you know, guts boil. English, you can kind of say, like, you know, makes your stomach churn, maybe. But it was like, yeah, just remembering that time, you know, makes me sick. It really is just kind of makes me sick. Hmm?
どうやらあなたとは仲良くやれそうだわ。
Good bit. Good bit. Like, yeah, looks like you and me are gonna get along just fine.
Yeah,
it's like, now that, you know, we all know what the situation is, there's something I'd like to ask you.
イルサバード大陸の北部、つまりガレマルドの方向より我が姉アジュダヤの反応を感じたのだ。
Okay. I felt my, sister Azuda's presence. You know, from the, you know, northern part of the continent of Ilsabard. You know, that is to say, you know, from Garlemald.
どんな細かいことでも構わない。何か気づいたことはないだろうか。
Have you noticed anything at all?
第13世界に消えたはずの竜の痕跡。そういうことであれば思い当たる異変がある。
Yeah, like the traces of a dragon. You know, that was thought to have disappeared into the 13th world. In that case, there is something, you know, unusual that comes to mind.
実はここ数日、この近辺で妖異の出現が確認されているんだ。それも自然に現れるような低級な個体ではなく、力を持った妖異がかなりの数ね。
That seems fairly important. You know, over the past few days, there have been sightings of aberrants in the area. You know, not just the, you know, low level, you know, low, you know, the weak ones that appear naturally, but, you know, quite powerful ones in considerable numbers.
誰か用意を召喚するような手勢に心当たりは？
And do you have any ideas as to, you know, what might be, you know, summoning these aberrants?
異変を受けてユルスが教えてくれたのだが、かつてこの国でも妖異を刺激しようという試みがあったらしい。
Yeah, Yurus told me about the... Well, it's like once he got word of it, I guess you would say. You just told me that, like there had been attempts in this nation before to utilize and command aberrants.
まさに君はその技をどこかで継承したようだね。
Oh, this is this is a line specifically if you have Reaper leveled, I'm assuming. It's like, oh yeah, it seems as though you inherited that ability somewhere.
とはいえ、少なくとも現在のガレマルドではそうした技は途絶え、用意召喚を行える者はいないそうだ。生き残りがいた可能性もなくはないが。
Okay, with that being said, at least in present day Garlemald, that technique has been, it's like the technique has died out, or like the method has died out, and it seems as though there are none left who can summon aberrants. It's technically possible that there are some, remnants who can, but
力ある用意を何体も呼び出すとなると生半可な労力じゃないんだろう。ましてや七大天竜ほどの存在となれば。
I mean, it's a pretty big, takes a good bit of effort to, summon multiple powerful aberrants, right? Especially if it's something along the lines of, one of the 7 heavenly dragons. Or 7 great heavenly dragons.
当然、自然発生するボイドクラックという線もありえないわ。
Yeah, it's not something you could just do. It's not something you could just do on a whim. It really doesn't seem likely at all that this is a naturally occurring void crack.
バブイルの塔が世界規模でエーテルを吸い上げていた影響でクラックが拡張されてしまった可能性も皆無ではないけれど。
Okay. Oh, okay. It's not, like, entirely impossible, or it's like, yeah, not... She's using a lot of double negatives. It's not impossible that that a, like, naturally occurring void crack were to have been expanded due to the Tower of Babel, absorbing ether on a global scale.
何者かがゲートを開いたと考える方がまだ妥当というわけか。
And so then, what, it's more reasonable to think that someone opened a gate.
ひとまず、用意たちがどこからやってくるのか、私たちも調べてみることにしたの。東の山岳部の方だろうってことまでは判明したわ。
Okay. For the time being, we decided to, investigate where exactly these aberrants are coming from, and we've determined that it's most likely they're probably coming from the mountains to the east.
ならば、すぐに現地へ向かおう。ボイドゲートやその痕跡を。
Okay, let's go there right away. We might be able to find the gate or, its remnants. Oh shit.
捜索範囲も曖昧すぎる。
Accidentally skipped that line.
もう少し絞ることはできないのか。
Accidentally skipped the line. Okay, he said, unfortunately, yeah, like, climbing those, mountains on, snowy mountains on foot would be incredibly difficult. And there's there's strong winds blowing as well, making, airship travel difficult. Yeah, it's, it's way too big of an area to be looking. Can we narrow it down a bit, do you think?
それについては一旦の候補地を出していてね。東の山岳部には先ほど話に上がった用意を刺激していた者たちの隠れ里があるらしい。
Okay, yeah, regarding that, we have already, you know, identified a potential... We already have a potential location. In the mountains to the east, there's a... Apparently, there is, like, a hidden village. It's like, yeah, a hidden village of, like, those who, like, what, summoned, like, once summoned or once commanded aberrants.
確かにボイドとの接点という意味では真っ先にそこを調べてみるのが良さそうね。
Okay. That makes sense. Like, if we're thinking in terms of, you know, places that would have contact with the Void, that would be the first place, you know, the most reasonable place to look.
移動手段の確保に移ろう。キャンプブロークングラスで任務中のユルスを訪ねて助言をもらうんだ。
Alright, in that case, let's try to secure some, yeah, transportation. Talk to Eurus at Camp Broken Glass, see if he has any advice. Let's talk to Eurus at Camp Broken Glass. Okay. Question. People were talking about there being, like, a specific scene that I am supposed to be looking forward to. How far away is this specific scene? Oh no. We're getting frame drops. Like, oh, you're here too.
相変わらずの大所帯だな。
Ah, Ojotai, fuck. This is like always in a crowd, eh?
ああ、いや、迷惑だってわけじゃない。お前がいろんな仲間を連れてくるのをすごいなと思っただけだ。
No, it's not a problem or anything. I just thought it was, you know, I just think it's, you know, amazing that you've got so many different, like, comrades. This Nagamaki would probably be comrade.
任務中にすまない、ユルス。君に聞きたいことがあってね。少し時間をもらえるだろうか?
Sorry to bother you when you're, like, on duty, Eurus. There's something we'd like to ask you. Do you have a bit of time?
問題ない。定期連絡をちょうど終えたところだ。もしかして最近やたらと現れる用意の件か?
Yeah, no problem. Just got done with, like, my, wait, what is this called? It's like, you know, just finish, like, my regular contact. Like, scheduled contact, I guess you would say. Scheduled correspondence or something. Yeah, is it about the, aberrants that have been showing up lately?
ああ、どうやら用意たちはガレマルドの東側にある白き山を下ってきているようでね。
Yeah, it looks like the, aberrants are coming down from, Monte Orevas. Yeah, from the, like, eastern side of... Or it's from Monte Orevas to the east.
その山中には用意を刺激する者たちが隠れ暮らしていたとか?
Okay, it's like, Like those, you know, people who, like, commanded aberrants, they lived in, like, a hidden village out in those mountains, right? Yeah, if I remember correctly, there's a... It's like, I believe there's a village in a... You know, in a cave called... Rapisu... Monirisu. Monarisu.
かつて、用意と契約を交わし、大釜を手に戦う一族が暮らしていたそうだ。異民族との戦いでは、切り札とされていたらしいが。
Okay. Yeah, it's said that the, you know, there's like a clan. This time it would actually be like clan. Lived there, made, you know, pacts with, aberrants. Yeah, and fought wielding, like, great scythes. Or that's just, like, actually, that's just scythes. That's not great. It's just scythe. Actually, no, that is great scythe. Never mind. It's like, you know, they were, you know, our like, trump card in, you know, wars against other, races. Or other nations, you would probably just say. Hey, remember how it was called, like, forbidden memory or whatever before? Now we're talking about things being, like, forbidden and stuff? Okay. With the, you know, advancement of Magitech, the, yeah, it's like they, you know, became, like, yeah, became obsolete. It's like, I heard that the, yeah, they became obsolete and then were purged as a result of attempting to, like, you know, plot treason against the Empire. You know, that place should be, you know, just an abandoned ruin by now. It's like, oh yeah, you know, I've seen you using a, you know, a scythe before, but where exactly did you learn how to do that? It's secret. Yeah, well, you know, I won't pry.
私たちは、用意に囚われた、我が姉の気配を追って、この地を訪れたのだ。
Okay, we're here looking for my sisters, captured by aberrants, yep, just, let's go.
そこに来ての用意出現となると、嫌でも関連を疑いたくなる。直接、ラピスマナリスなる洞窟を調査したいのだが。
Yeah, okay, given the, yeah, okay, if there are, like, aberrants coming from there, then... You know, it's... Like, there really has to be some sort of connection. I mean, it's kind of like, it is hard to believe that there wouldn't be a connection. Okay, we'd like to, investigate this.
あの辺りは雪深く、風も強い。徒歩はもちろん、飛空艇を飛ばすのだって危険だ。
Yeah, the snow there is deep and the winds are incredibly strong. You know, walking there's... Yeah, not just walking there, but even, you know, going by airship would be incredibly dangerous. 魔導雪乗車であれば、雪山越えも可能だが、ほとんどが内戦時に破壊され、最後の一両もアオリン機関が故障し、ダイセルレア湖で立ち往生したまま。 We're just throwing muddle in front of anything. We're just throwing muddle in front of anything. Here. You got Magitech snowmobiles? Dude, if you haven't, anybody in chat, if you haven't ever driven a snowmobile, it is fun as hell. It is incredibly fun. It's so much better than, like, riding a dirt bike or something like that. It's fucking great. It's also, like, incredibly dangerous, and you will get absolutely destroyed if you fuck up. Okay, I heard, yeah, most of them were destroyed during the, like, yeah, Civil War. But, like, the last one left had its, what, blue phosphorus, whatever, it's, like, ceruleum, I think they called it in the thing. Its engine broke down, it's, like, stranded, abandoned in, Lake Cerulia. Is there anyone who could fix it?
タッパーズ殿の連中なら、あるいは、あそこで暮らしている元労働者たちは、ユートゥルナジー水上リグで、青リン水の供給を行っていた。
Okay. Might be somebody, at Trapper's Den. It's like, what, the people who are working there... What, it's like, yeah, they supplied ceruleum to the, like, it's like the something G-Rig. I'm these names, man. I'm fading. I can't be doing, like, Magitech names right now. Okay, they must have used, yeah, they probably use these snowmobiles on a daily basis to transport this, you know, I'm just gonna call it ceruleum. They probably know how to fix it. Alright. Worth, worth a shot.
タッパーズ殿には何度も食料を届けているからみんな顔見知りだし相談もしやすいはずよ。
Yeah, we've delivered food to Trapper's Den plenty of times. You know, we know everybody there. Should be pretty easy to ask them about it. Let's go. Sure.
オレオ、君もアリゼーと共にタッパーズ殿に向かってくれるかい？用意がたびたび確認。
Okay, go to Trapper's Den with Alize. There's been aberrants around. Don't want her to go alone.
では私には九段の山についてもう少し詳しく教え
Okay,
て
can tell
も
me
らえ
more
ないだ
about the
ろうか？
mountain.
現地調査を円滑。
Okay,
だ
just
った
one
ら
more
屋
info
内で
about
話
the
そう。
mountain so
我々
things
の
can go
周辺
smoothly.
の地
Sure.
理に詳しい仲間もいるからな。
Got a, got an ally, got a friend who's, knowledgeable about geography and
ア
Kalamov.
リゼと言ったか。一つお前に聞きたいことがあるんだが。
And your name was, Alize, right? There's something I want to ask you.
構わないけど、それならあなたも一緒についてきて、タッパーズ殿に向かいながら話しましょう。
Oh, yeah, that's fun, but, in that case, how about you come with us to, Trapper's Den? We can talk along the way. Okay.
私はまず派遣団に用意の情報を提供してこよう。詳しい状況が分かっていない以上、連携して対処を図った方が安全だろうからね。
Okay, yeah, we should work together to deal with the aberrants. This, I think, is going to be pretty long. So that's gonna do it for me for right now, but there is one thing that I saw out of the corner of my eye on the page that I did not bring up at the time. Let me see if I can find it. It was in a previous scene, the thing about, you know, mortals. Yeah. This is fucking amazing. This is so amazing. Remember how Valshan was saying like, oh, what do you think about the... You know, what do you think about the city? The line was, there's a lot of mortals. Of course that was the line. And then, the thing that makes it even better, the Valshan line. Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation, though they would call each other people, I think. They did. They, in fact, you know, they said human in the Japanese. You're the ones who said mortal. They do this so often, man. This is a thing that happens so often with these sort of hack rewriters. They come up with a dumbass thing, and then they poke fun at their own made-up nonsense. Nobody said anything even remotely close to any of this in the Japanese. They just said humans. They just said humans. Here, let me find the Japanese line for this real quick. Yeah, it was just ningen ga oi. Ningen ga oi. And then Valshan's line was, あちらの世界から来た君にとっては、それが何よりの驚きだったということか。So, the actual line was, you know, considering that you are, you know, coming here from, you know, that world, I guess that might have been the most shocking thing to you. Nothing even remotely close to the, they would call each other people, I think. He called them humans. Ningen ga oi. It's so tiring. This is constant, man. I don't understand how you can write things like this and not just immediately feel self-loathing. Right? Like, I respect that to an extent. Like, the ability to be so brazen and so utterly shameless that you can go, we've been calling them mortals whenever they said ningen this whole time, and now we're gonna make fun of the fact that we did this. It's like laughing at your own joke. It's like liking your own post on Twitter.com. It's like, oh yes, I did use 10 of my ults to like my own post. What of it? Like, it's so shameless and so dumb that you almost have to respect it. It must be nice. Like, just imagine not worrying about, like, how what you write is perceived in any way, shape, or form. You're just full send all the time. Is there Artemis with sock puppeting? It's just lines like this, man. Lines like these are always just whenever people are like, oh yes, you see, we're actually doing what's called localization. We're trying to make sure that there's an equivalent experience had between both languages. Really now? Really? You're saying that with your chest, huh? It's like, you have to be so brazen to just lie like that, knowing that you also write shit like this. Like, so that's just, whenever they say, like, oh, we try and not change anything. We try to, make sure that the translation process is as seamless as possible. Really, good localization is when you don't even notice that it's happening at all. We're just trying to make an equivalent experience between the languages. They're lying. It's just a lie. It's just blatantly lying. Why the hell are they calling people mortals? It doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb. But yeah, in any case, that's gonna do it for me for today. I haven't fucking eaten anything. I am starving. Ugh. Damn. I just took off my glasses and, like, immediately felt lightheaded as shit. Yeah, I need to go get something to eat, man. That's gonna do it for me for right now. I will see everybody on Wednesday. I highly doubt many people are gonna show up because it's, Christmas Eve or whatever, but, if you got nothing else to do, might as well stop on by. Hey, what's up? But yeah, peace out.